Let's remove them.
Wasn't the deadline Friday?
Yeah.
That's good.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Well, thank you.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm here.
Very good, sir. Glad to see you.
Much better.
Jennifer got her cast off.
We can zoom on, can't we?
Yesterday.
Was it a full replacement?
It was, we need down a full cast. We started off yesterday. Now she's a walking group, but can't walk.
So what do you want?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Commissioner Work, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A reminder to everybody to please speak into your microphones this morning. Jen, would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioner Kramer will be late. Commissioner O'Rourke.
Here.
Commissioner Rexroth.
Present.
Chairman Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Ross.
Present.
Commissioner Algar.
Here.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present.
Thank you. Well, now we have an agenda before us. Are there any late additions or deletions?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Support.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-0. Thank you. We now have public comment limited to 3 minutes, please. Please come forward when you're recognized. Mr. Makowski.
Go ahead. No, you're good.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're here to give you a document from the Mackinac Center identified Don't Ask Alice. And if I recall at the last commission meeting, we had a discussion by the senior citizens and the area agency on aging, quoting some statistics. And the report prepared by United Way. I think it was mentioned there, we have to be careful to use some of the data from that, which talks about poverty. And we hope that this article will help the commissioners sort out some of the things necessary for senior citizens, but being very careful to use the data that is purported to be coming from Alice, because basically it has some concerns, and the conclusion uses 3 times in their report miscalculated methodology, misconstrued assumptions, and mischaracterized findings. So we want to be careful when we use reports with those kind of designations. The other item I'd like to discuss is that we again ask this board, and I hope some commissioner has the courage to begin the process, and the whole board can continue on. We respectfully request that this Board of Commissioners take action immediately to prepare a report to taxpayers on the wasted taxpayers' money, which is well over $500,000 now, and the harm and damage done to people in this building, and it's ongoing. This Board of Commissioners must accept the truth about the continuation of the costly and harmful process of the clerk voting decision. I urge you not to wait till the next election cycle to begin this process, because it'll be difficult to any of you to run for office if you fail to choose to do this immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Mobby?
Thank you. My name is Larry Mobby. I'm here on behalf of Peninsula Housing Community Land Trust in reference to item 10 in your agenda. I'd like to remind you of the seriousness of the affordable housing crisis in Leelanau County, and the fact that Leelanau County is by the standards of the state and federal government, relatively wealthy, and therefore very unlikely to receive significant assistance from the state and federal government in resolving that problem. It is a problem. We recognize it, and I think that we are going to have to solve it ourselves. One thing that you as a commission can do is to give very serious consideration to establishing a mechanism so that the county can issue tax advantage financing that could be utilized for the construction of affordable housing in the county. This is the essence of item 10. I urge you to give serious consideration to that, to figure out the best way to do it for Leelanau County. I think the example of Grand Traverse County is an exemplary one. They're doing this at a lower cost than the state for their citizens. I believe Leelanau County should seriously consider doing so. I'd like to think that by this time next year, a mechanism would be in place that would allow the county to issue tax advantage financing mechanisms so that Peninsula Housing and all the other entities that are working to provide affordable housing in the county have one more tool to make that doable. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your service.
Thank you. Lois Bailey. Good job.
So as he said, Lois Bailey, Village of Suttons Bay. So I come to encourage you to move forward on the Renewable Energy Exploratory Group. I think that's a great step in the right direction. Since we face more and more issues of climate crisis, we all need to put our oar in the water and try to do what we can. And on the EDC or some other tool to, as Larry would say, find a way to offer some tax-free bonds and encourage affordable housing. The EDC was abolished in 2013. One of the fears at that time was that we would encourage too much development in the county. Well, we have now recognized housing shortages have become a housing crisis, and we need another tool in the toolkit to avoid continuing down that road. So I encourage you to find a way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No, you're all here now. I would like to second what Larry Morby just said, namely that we need to have affordable housing in this county. And I think that you have it in your power to do that. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to be recognized? Well, thank you for coming today. We're now down at commissioner comments. Any commissioners wish to make a comment? Thank you. Well, we now are at communications, proclamations, and presentations, and we'll start with our administrator's report.
Well, good morning, everyone. I usually like to start off my comments by doing some kudos, and today I would like to recognize Jennifer Grant, our Register of Deeds. There has been some fraud that's been happening in our community related to individuals misrepresenting themselves in regards to being able to sell other people's homes, and they're targeting homes that are individuals that live out of the area that have LLCs. We've seen this happen on more than one occasion. I know the sheriff's office is aware of this. I was contacted by some realtors myself to kind of notify us. So the Register of Deeds has a free service that if you go in and sign up and give them your name and your contact information, if anything comes up on the register regarding your name or your spouse's name, you will be notified. So I encourage everyone, these are strange times, and we have an aging population here, which are often the most vulnerable. So I would encourage everyone to, be mindful for your own safety as well as for your neighbors and your friends to take advantage of that free service. So kudos to the Register of Deeds office for sending that notice out to the commissioners. I believe you all should have received kind of that's happening. So also want to mention in terms of the budget and budget books, it was our intent to have the budget books out to the commissioners today, but unfortunately due to some illness and some unforeseen situations, we are going to get those out to the board on Thursday. They should be available by noon. So we'll make phone calls, and if we need to have them delivered, we'll make sure of doing that. But that is the intention right now, is to have those board books ready for review on Thursday. So thank you for your understanding regarding that. I think my report that I sent out last week was pretty thorough with all the different events and activities and things coming up, and many of those items that were on the agenda are things that are budget items for today. I will just also mention that the Michigan Association of Counties MAC conference, the registration, I believe you should have received information about this as well, if the commissioners are interested in attending. That will be in Kalamazoo, October 1st through the 3rd, and registration opens on Monday. So you'll have that, and related to that, we also have received our MAC dues to be paid. And I know this is always a conversation from the standpoint, you'll be seeing that in some of the expenses probably for next week. They base that on our SEV, which I think the board has traditionally said that that's an inappropriate rationale for those fees. And so we typically said this is what we're going to pay. So you'll be seeing that coming forward in terms of what the actual fee that they're representing and what we have traditionally paid over the last couple of years. So again, just letting you know that that's forthcoming. Also wanted to take a minute and provide an opportunity for Steve Christensen to come and just speak under my administrator's report. There have been a great deal of concerns expressed about the dam authority and the management of that. And so Steve asked if he could just come and kind of give an update to the board and answer any questions that the board may have. So Steve, I'll turn it over to you at this point.
Thanks, Deb. Over the last year and a half of meetings at the Dam Authority, we've become aware that several things. One of them, that the staff gauge at the Narrows was 2 inches lower than it should have been. Not sure why that was. Both the staff gauge at the dam and at the Narrows were installed at the same time under the auspices of the Army Corps of Engineers and the County Road Commission. So whether we had some settling or whatever happened, that was the case. That's the check, the measures at the dam, being that was 2 inches low, it kind of led us to be carrying just a bit low. We have a 2-inch window. It's 589.21 in elevation minus 2 inches. So we have a 2-inch window to hold the lake level. And we were on theoretically the low side. So when we have a rain event, we have the ability to capture some water and we get back to court order more quickly. That was the strategy. It became evident that we were carrying not only on the low side, but possibly a 1/2 inch to 1 inch lower than that. So this year, we decided to carry 2 more inches in the level of the lake, which would put us right in the middle of that 2-inch window. So that's where we're carrying. Yesterday at the dam, we were a little over the midpoint as the staff gauge at the wall and in the control room. And this morning I double checked at the narrows, we're just under the middle of the 2-inch window at the narrows with the new staff gauge there. So that's the situation. The long and the short of it is, if you have a place on the lake, you're going to see probably an extra inch at the dock, maybe 1.5 inches, same at the beach. So we're carrying a little bit more water in the lake. We need to be at the court-ordered levels, and we're making extra sure that we are. We've always looked at the court order. We've always gone to the court order, and we're right in that middle range now. So that's where we are. We're in the process of calibrating the sensors with our technician. We have 3 sensors on the lake. We have 1 at the dam, 1 at the narrows, and 1 at Birch Point. The narrows was calibrated this last Monday, so that one is on and calibrated. Next up is the south end, and then at the dam, we're putting a staff gauge directly next to the sensor at each location. So when we go physically to check, we can take a staff gauge reading, and that should be right on top of where the sensor reading is, so we can keep track of our sensors. It's looking to me like we're going to have to be calibrating sensors on a yearly basis or every other year to make the sensors reading accurate as the public sees it. South end right now, as it has been over the last year and a half, is reading several inches too high. So that's the next one that'll be calibrated. We have had the survey work done on the south end. And the day that the survey was done, I did just some rough calcs, and it brought the lake level right at the top end of the 2-inch window on the south end of the lake at Birch Point. So it'll be interesting to see where the red line ends up once we get that calibrated. I have a hunch it's going to ride kind of on the upper side of the 2-inch window, because that water has to get to the dam. So everything's flowing downhill. I guess that's the long and the short of it. Questions?
I've had, I think you responded to my email, thank you for that. I really understand the court order situation, but I do know several south end lake owners, including myself, who've noticed more than a subtle difference. And, in my case, I think there's about 5 foot of beach that is gone, because it's a sloping beach, so it doesn't take 1 or 2 inches of water to make a difference there. I don't know what can be done there. I encourage people, instead of just telling me, to submit letters so that it becomes more of a problem. But I know I'm not the only one who's heard talk to that problem on the south end. So I don't know how to address it. I don't know what you do with court order. I don't know if you could hold it in the middle, maybe you can hold it to the bottom. I don't know.
Yeah,
what leeway we have there, but I think they'd look for any little bit of help over there that they can get and stay within the constraints of the court order.
We have a system whereby we can go from manual operation, which Jerry had to be for about 3 weeks. Earlier in the last week, the technician was able to get there and correct the fault that was in the computer in the control room. And I talked to Jerry yesterday. I was wondering if we can adjust in increments less than an inch with that program. And as it is right now, we can't. There's just a gross inch adjustment. If he sets it 1 inch lower, then the whole system drops. And I would like the ability to go in 1/4 inch increments to be able to help South End and maybe be a little lower. Dam Authority will be struggling with this as time goes on. We've been through a time frame where we realized we were a little low. now. The south end with more water in the lake is really the part of the lake that's feeling the more water more than north end. So what we do with dam authority will be one of the key questions that we go over in our next meeting. And we did get the insurance people to weigh in, email from Deb yesterday. So we'll be figuring out a meeting within the next short period of time. Campbell will probably start with you because I know your schedule's tight, and then make sure that we can get everybody in the room. So within the next week or two, we'll have a meeting, which is kind of close to our next meeting, but I think that's fine. We're going to need a couple meetings to kind of hash out what's going on with the dam authority.
Thank you.
Is there any difference between the Birch Point and Farron's Landing? One time we had an indicator down at Farron's Landing. I mean, I have people on Parker Road who called me up with the same concerns that Doug has.
That's a good question, and I don't have a very good answer. The Birch Point was chosen because there was a homeowner that was agreeable to allow the placement, and that property has changed hands, and we have a new homeowner. And that's one of the issues that we're going through with the dam authority. Do we keep Birch Point, or do we move that, or do we add another staff gauge at another location? There are two DNR launch sites on south end, kind of right across from each other on the southern part there, Bingham, and then on the other side of the lake. So there is some potential, and we have a document that shows the agreement from another county with DNR to use one of their sites for a sensor and a staff gauge. So we have that model. So there's potential of possibly adding a staff gauge on the south end. That's another thing that we're gonna have to go through in the dam authority.
Well, again, the people that I get calls from are in the south end, farmers, the hay fields are, you know, water levels is guys have to build their houses, raise the foundation and everything. I just think to maybe take a little pressure off of everybody else, we should have an indicator at the south end of Farron's Landing. We used to have one. We would go down with a patrol car. We had one at Cedar and we had one at Farron's Landing. And I think that's much more accurate than Bingham or across the road on 643.
Yeah, the overall flow rate in Cedar River is another interesting topic. The mouth of the Cedar River is losing elevation. So the time frame when we have a large event to flush out all of the water that is around Cedar and get it into South End, that time has increased. It's more difficult to get the water out of that system through Cedar River. And that's a situation that's kind of difficult to figure out. We've had meetings. There's a group from the Cedar area that's kind of heading that up. Ray Pleva initiated it. We had a meeting here at this building, and yeah, that's a situation that's difficult to probably tell. Yeah.
Real quick, we know it's a difficult task. Thank you for trying to make it work. And I guess one last question: is there any study or information on if the flow through the Narrows and river has changed since that corridor? As those any silt, does that have impact on how quickly it takes to empty the south end into the dam?
Yeah, good question. We, as a dam authority, we finished the project for installing the dam, and within, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years of that time frame, we were curious of the same, had the same question basically at the dam authority level. We brought it to this board and basically said, like to take a look at flow rates just to see where we are from south end through the Narrows, north end through the river, and just to see, what we have. Basically a flow study, hydrologic study, and we went ahead, went out to bids, and we got 3 or 4 bids, and we chose one and brought it to the county board. I think it was 15,000, which is kind of like a giveaway at this point in time. It was quite a deal, but anyway, I think it was Gosling Zubek, and we presented to the board, and the board said, let's do it. And that was on the executive meeting. And by the next week, the mood of the board had changed and they voted it down. So it didn't get through. So from there, we went to sensors. So we have sensors there, and now we're working on calibrating the sensors, having the sensors be more accurate and more relevant to the day-to-day operations. And a hydrologic flow study is another topic for the dam authority. Great question.
Well, we don't have a baseline to compare to from when the level was established anyway, then, right? Because no study was done then.
Right. The 20 years before I stepped into the job, they did a patch repair on the dam and a dredge of the Narrows. And that was there was a study. I'm not sure how detailed it was. And those documents are available at some point. So there might be somewhat of a baseline. Brown and Root, I forget the name of the company offhand, but we can look at the records and maybe we do have a baseline.
I would just like to add that the information that Steve is talking about, the staff gauges, is all public record, and it's on continuously on the Leelanau Lake Association website, hopefully on our county website soon. But again, I would encourage anyone who's hearing complaints or is very concerned about it to see how closely we do monitor and have to stick within that court order. So, we're doing the best we can with Mother Nature. And but if anyone has concerns, the data is available on a minute by minute basis. So check it out.
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
Yes, thank you. We were told once that 1 inch of water is a foot of level on the lake. In other words, shoreline. If that is up 2 inches, it's 10 feet into land, right? Inch per foot.
Depends on the slope of the beach. If you've got a real shallow beach slope, you pop up 1 inch, you might be anywhere from a foot to 3 feet farther in on your beach. And if you go up 2 inches, maybe you're 2 to 6 feet.
I know we were trying to hit that right number, especially at the Narrows, if the gauge looked off, but I'm just really concerned that it is too high as well. And do you think it's worth going to get a different court order for different numbers now that we have all of this information?
That's a great question. And I know that there's one pathway to get into doing a new court order that requires over 50% of the riparians to sign that they want to open up the court order. Once you open up the court order, it can kind of go a lot of different ways. So, and I'm not sure, I heard, and I'm not positive of this, I heard that there might be another avenue, maybe the County Board of Commissioners could open the court order. I'll have to do a little research on that.
Just to know, when I read through the previous court order, that's how that would happen. If you read the preamble into the court order, it says at the request of the County Board of Commissioners. that's how it happened with the last.
In the
time.
first place.
Yeah, in the first place, yeah, so the mechanism hasn't changed, I guess that'd still be available.
Kind of an assumption there that the county board could ask for a new court order.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you much.
So that in essence concludes my administrative report. I thought it was important enough. There had been enough questions being asked and enough information. I thought it would be warranted to have Steve at least come and share that so that we all have the same information. I will also say that I've requested that the dam authority consider some process, dare say policy or something, at least some recommendations on when the dam will be adjusted based on that court order, because it's our staff at the county that manages that. And I think for the protection of the county and the protection of our staff, there need to be clear guidelines that are established. So Jerry's been doing a great job for a long time, and just want to make sure that we're continuing to make sure that there's great success and everyone has a good understanding of what the expectations are going forward. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Deb, we have enterprise fleet management.
And I believe that Chris Tinner is on there he is right here. So we have the two TVs now, one for the community and one for the staff. Do we need, or one for the board? Do we need to turn that off? Can everyone see that just fine? All right, so this is actually being presented to the board as an informational. This is not necessarily asking for an action right now. It's just to address some of the concerns that we have seen coming up in regards to the fleet management and the amount of staff time that is being consumed by trying to manage the purchase, the tracking, and the disposition of vehicles. They're all being done in-house, and that there may be a more viable option. So this is just being presented as an option at this point for the board to consider. Sean, is there anything else that you want to say before we turn it over to Chris?
I don't think so. I think follow us.
So Chris, if you can hear, we're going to let you lead.
Very good. Thank you. And are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, good morning. My name is Chris Tyner, and I represent Enterprise Fleet Management. I am a native to West Michigan, and I have lived here for my entire life. I would like to thank everyone for your time and consideration this morning. Next slide, please. Enterprise is a privately held company that has been in business for over 60 years. We are a third-generation family-owned company that is headquartered in St. Louis, Missouri. Enterprise is named after the aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, where our founder, Jack Taylor, served during World War II. Enterprise Fleet, in conjunction with our sister company, Enterprise Car Rental, operate over 2 million vehicles around the world. Next slide, please. Throughout the country, we currently partner with more than 2,000 government entities. We have over 50 government clients here in the state of Michigan. We also have several hundred commercial clients in the state as well. This slide shows a few of the government entities and commercial entities we work with here in the state of Michigan. Next slide, please. Of the 2 million vehicles Enterprise operates, we replace 1 million of those vehicles every year. The reason for this is to achieve the lowest total cost of ownership for our vehicles. Enterprise has expertise including, but not limited to, vehicle acquisition, maintenance, fueling, resale, and determining the optimal replacement time for vehicles. Next slide, please. Once we've identified the optimal time to replace a vehicle, we recommend the equity lease to pay for the vehicle. The equity lease allows us to match the holding period with a payment term. The equity lease is not like a traditional dealership lease because it does not have over mileage charges or wear and tear penalties. In fact, this lease is more similar to a finance than a traditional dealership lease. On this slide is an example of how the lease works with a sample vehicle. Say, for example, we can acquire this new Chevy Equinox for $30,000. Let's also say, for the sake of example, that through our calculation, Enterprise recommends operating this vehicle for 4 years and 100,000 miles. At the end of the 4 years, with a vehicle that has 100,000 miles, the market value is predicted to be at $15,000. From there, Enterprise will set up a lease using the starting cost of $30,000, paying the vehicle down to an ending value of $8,000 at the end of 4 years. In this case, we will sell the vehicle at 4 years and we will get the $15,000 when sold. The first $8,000 of that gain will go to pay off the unpaid balance. And the remainder, this $7,000 highlighted in green at the bottom of the page, is money that will be paid to the county. The benefit of this lease is to reduce cash outflow, avoid over mileage and wear and tear charges, and gain equity at the time of sale. This lease is also flexible in that you can terminate the vehicle at any point in time. The only obligation to the vehicle is the outstanding balance on the lease. Next slide, please. This slide is the fleet planning analysis. This analysis utilizes the equity lease and our recommendations on the best replacement period and compares that plan to the current county replacement strategy. Looking at the top of the page are a few assumptions within the analysis. The fleet being considered in the analysis are 34 of the light-duty vehicles the county currently owns. Current average hold period for these vehicles is just over 7.5 years. Going forward, we recommend maintaining the current fleet size. However, we recommend reducing the age of the fleet so that most vehicles are replaced around 4 years. Moving into the analysis itself in the middle of the page, this gold line represents the county's current purchasing pattern, annual maintenance cost, and fuel cost for the fleet. In total, on an annual basis, the county's current fleet budget is estimated to be around $412,000 to operate the current 34 vehicles when you consider the budget to replace vehicles, maintain them, and fuel them. You can find this number as part of the gold line highlight, the second column from the right. Just below that line are the recommendations from Enterprise for this year and 9 years that follow. Through the Enterprise program, the vehicles will be replaced more regularly and will result in greater resale returns. Replacing vehicles at the ideal time will also help avoid unscheduled maintenance and downtime and will help improve fuel economy. Enterprise will assist the county in acquiring vehicles, maintaining vehicles, and selling vehicles. The impact of the plan is that vehicle age will be reduced again from 7 years to about 4. And the plan includes returning the resale gains to the county from the sale of the current fleet. Once returned, the program is forecasted to be cost neutral compared to the current budget. Enterprise will consult with the county on a quarterly basis for opportunities to improve the efficiency of the fleet through proactive vehicle replacement. In our meetings, we will provide analysis that consider the total cost of ownership of vehicles, including purchase cost, maintenance, fuel, and resale. Last year, Enterprise sold more than 1 million vehicles for 110% of trade-in value, also known as Black Book. Next slide, please. As part of this program, Enterprise offers a complimentary website and driver mobile application. The website and mobile app will provide preventative maintenance reminders amongst other functionality. The website will also offer a central location for all fleet data, including vehicle cost, lease payment, maintenance, and resale. Next slide, please. In summary, the county is looking for a solution to better manage the fleet. Currently, over a third of the county vehicles have more than 120,000 miles. This causes higher fuel cost, maintenance costs, and reduces vehicle reliability. Going forward, Enterprise will reduce maintenance cost. We will utilize the open-end lease to maximize cash flow and also recognize equity from the vehicles sold. The county will also utilize Enterprise's ability to sell vehicles. Enterprise is skilled in this area, selling 1 million vehicles each year for an average of 110% of trade-in value. This all comes with the benefit of our tools, our technology, and also our account team locally to reduce the amount of time spent managing the fleet. Thanks again for your time and consideration. I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Chris, if I could, I know there's a couple of questions. Can you speak to 2 issues? And I'm going to ask the undersheriff to come up to the table because I know he is the primary contact here at the county for managing, I would say, fleet management. So, but can you speak to, I don't know if I saw it in your slides, but in regards to Enterprise and your involvement with other counties and the process that you went through to be a, if you will, a preferred provider. I just want to have that stated to the board quickly.
Yes, so we work with a number of counties within the state of Michigan. We have one of the primary methods is through our relationship with Sourcewell. Sourcewell is a organization that has gone out and has essentially completed an RFP for all fleet management companies or the top fleet management companies in the country. Enterprise has won the bid for that RFP that Sourcewell produced, meaning we were the top selection for Sourcewell. And so they've performed all of the work, all of the RFP due diligence for the members of Sourcewell, which Leelanau County is a member of.
Under Sheriff, I know that you kind of brought this forward in terms of a potential idea. I don't know if the board is aware just how much staff time goes into the tracking, management, ordering, waiting, and then what we do when we're not getting vehicles, which has been the case over the last year. We've had 2 vehicles in building safety that were ordered last year and still do not have a VIN number assigned. So our small orders, and it kind of puts us kind of at the back of the list. So there's a multitude of reasons for bringing this to the board for consideration. I'm going to let Under Sheriff and Sheriff speak to some of the most.
So Mr. Tyner first approached me, it was actually before this board was actually seated. And I had spoke with the prior administrator and it was kind of pushed to the side, and I sat through the presentations. And it was enlightening enough that I thought I at least needed to bring it forward again. I mean, worst case, they talk budget neutral. Most cases, they talk a savings. I can tell you just in our patrol cars, you look at the budget books when you get it, patrol car now to put it on the road, $60,000. 7 years ago, it was $45,000. Because it's not just buying a car, it's upfitting, it's graphics, it's radios, it's unlocks, it's everything. And yes, we have a large fleet, but without vehicles, we can't do our job. So I was remiss not to bring it to the board. Obviously, the administrator and Sean have been on board. There's been several meetings. Timing that we put into this, I mean, it's not just putting together the budget. We too have 2 cars that we have not received. I mean, we had gotten the TNT vehicle I originally ordered in February of 22. We did not receive that vehicle till May of this year. Took 15 months for us to get that truck. Still don't have a VIN assigned for the Marine vehicle that was ordered last fall. I've only gotten 2 of the 3 patrol cars we ordered. And those came in individually, one at a time. But even once we get a car, there are still several processes, probably upwards of 10 to 12 hours of just my time plus other deputies' times, because we have 4 different vendors that we take a car to, whether it's graphics or it's radios or it's other emergency equipment. So there's a lot to it. What Enterprise offers, and I'm not suggesting we go there, but it has to be looked at. Basically, these cars, they use our choice, our vendors, our equipment, but they handle a lot of the front end stuff before delivery. Even on the back end, I know the administrative assistant, Laurel Evans, she handles all the auctions, and there are countless days and hours and phone calls back and forth between me, her, other department heads for sales, auctions, titles, paperwork. There's a lot to it. So this has been an ongoing process. Deb felt it was finally time to bring it to you guys. I'm more than happy to answer questions. Like I said, worst case, it probably does not, it probably helps the budget tremendously in the long run, holds costs. Timing wise, it frees up a lot of time for myself along with other people of the county. And I think it's worth at least looking at.
I hear that you've been aware of this and wanting this assist for a long time. I'm curious as to the bottom line, how much would it actually save us money? I've never advocated electric cars for the sheriff department because you guys can't run out of a charge in the middle of the day. I get that. That's in the future. I wonder about the cars, for instance, construction codes has cars coming in. I'd like to know how many miles a day they typically drive. And the same for senior services. because we could put level 2 chargers here, it would cost us almost nothing. I noted the $139,000 a year of gasoline. If we could even take 5 or 6 cars out of that mix and do electric instead of the cars that are ordered. If they're driving less than 250, 300 miles a day, I think that needs to be looked at. And I'm wondering if Fleet handles electric cars. I guess those are my questions.
One thing, I think you saw Ford Motor Company this week announced that they're gonna have a dual option vehicle, which I've been a fan of.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a hybrid. So if you have something where you just gotta run in here and there, it's not an emergency, switch to electric. Yeah, the rest of the time, run on gas, whatever. You have some options out there. There's not a, we don't have the infrastructure yet to switch to electric. However, being open-minded about it, looking at those options down the road. I thought it was very bold of Ford to do that this week. I was really glad to see that because I'm not against electric vehicles. I'm against the fact they're being pushed too quick. We don't have infrastructure. We can't do it in law enforcement. Can't do it in military. Well, where do you refuel or recharge a tank or a jet, right? But as we get things going and was get moving that direction, to be able to flip a switch, 2 options is something to look at. My primary concern in all this, and for you, Chris, would be I want to be able to choose the vehicle because we have to have a safe vehicle for the deputies to operate in. 1, it's functional. We use all-wheel drives right now. And 2, it has to be operated to safe mileage numbers. So with a patrol car, you know, if a patrol car is going over 100 miles an hour in certain situations, or 80 or 85, or in the marginal conditions on the road, we have expert drivers, we have EVO training. We have the ability to do that, but we need a safe vehicle to do it on. And some agencies and some cities around the country have run up, especially Crown Victoria vehicles. Believe it or not, they have been made since what, 2011 or something, and they're still running those cars with 250,000 or 500,000 miles on them. And they're basically, they just putz around town. But we're in a more rural area. We need to get to point A to B, and we need to do it safely. So that would be my only concern, is that if we do this lease option, we look at this, as you look at that, keep in mind, we choose vehicles based on Michigan State Police testing. They are the premier agency in the whole United States. They do all the brake testing, the threshold, the yaw, all this stuff that's important. And they test this and they do a report at the end of the year, of which the rest of the agencies around the country pretty much mimic. And if it's good enough for the state police and their process, then we choose that. So that's the only input I have on it. And again, to address that, the day will come, but right now it'd be nice if they have that switch.
And just to address one thing you said, putting in a 220 switch is not expensive. I bet we have to have 220 here already. All you do is plug into a 220.
Yeah.
It's not expensive.
Under Sheriff, I get it. I mean, we have 30 to 35 vehicles, and I know that's not any fun. I mean, we have the same thing. We got to outfit them after we get them. We waited. I mean, I have flown to other states to buy vehicles because one will show up and you buy it, then when you see it, so it's a bad problem. I'm curious how an enterprise manages to not have any of those supply chain issues. That's a question I'll have. I'll leave a couple for you. I agree with Sheriff's concerns that they have to be the right vehicle. They can't manage it. One thing I'd like to see is some references to other counties who actually implemented this program, and have they seen the savings? What's been the net effect to their costs? So like someone you can call up in a similar situation and say, how has this worked? Overall, I think just taking the pain away is a great thing, but I'm always a little skeptical. Can't tell you how many times I've had these kind of things laid in front of me and say you're gonna save this much, and not to say you're not sincere, but it just doesn't always happen. So I'd like to have some historical basis to say, yeah, it works the way you think it does.
I know, and I won't speak to the finances, but I know one of Chris's models supposedly shows savings of upwards of $500,000 over 10 years. Now, I think that's just because we're laying out the same amount, but inflationary costs, because as the lease goes on, obviously we put more rollover back into the program. And I won't speak to that issue. And as much as I think this needs to be looked at, I'm not necessarily all for it. like everybody knows, change is scary, and I've handled the fleet for a long time, been part of the fleet, and we're hands-on. We know what goes in, we know who's doing it, and this doesn't necessarily go that route, but sometimes change is necessary. So that's why I brought it forward.
Before we go on, Chris, Commissioner Rexroad asked about supply chain issues. Did you have a response to that?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. So as the largest fleet operator in the world, believe it or not, we're not completely immune from the same issues that have been going on. However, being the largest purchaser of vehicles in the world, we have a very unique relationship with all the automakers. So as part of our relationship, we're going to approach the county proactively at the right time to acquire the vehicles so that you're in the beginning of the model year, able to order vehicles when they're building them, rather than maybe coming in at a random time when the availability or the likelihood of your vehicle being produced is more limited. Timing, I guess, in summary, is really, really important. And then pairing that with our connections within the automotive industry has helped our customers bring in vehicles in a more timely manner. We're not building the vehicles. I'm not saying that, but in offsetting some of those concerns and getting vehicles in, it's really dependent on timing and knowing when to approach the manufacturers.
In the follow-up with references question.
Yeah.
Other counties that that have done this similarly that we could talk to directly.
Yes. So Grand Traverse County has a portion of their supervisor fleet with us currently. Newaygo County, Eaton County, Ionia County. There's several that are using the police cruisers with us that I'd be able to provide you with a connection or a reference to for you to chat with. But this has been done with a number of counties within the state, and it has been working now for several years, a decade in some of these counties.
Thank you. Commissioner Lark and then Commissioner Locke.
Well, I appreciate the undersheriff's work, and as a patrol officer, if something's wrong with my car, I call him up and he gets it done. It's a lot of hours. You're not dealing with patrol cars, you're dealing with officers' lives. You get a car out there that the brakes are bad, you got tires. I have a bad experience with Enterprise and renting a car, and they come out and say, oh, it's 3 inches of slush, but you still got this many 30 seconds on your tires. A patrol car, guy comes in and says, hey, my tires are half worn. I don't want to go to Enterprise and say, well, they're not worn out yet. I want new tires on that patrol car. Again, it's a terrible job what the undersheriff does, but it's officers' lives on the line, and I think he has better control. And Professor told me once there's no such thing as a free lunch.
I will say one thing to Chris's point, timing. The window for cars every year is August. We don't finish our budget till October. It's not that we get pushed to the end of the line. We don't order till late, and there's nothing we can do. That's our process, that's our calendar, but it does put us behind. Religiously every year, sometime between January 2nd and April 1st, we would get patrol cars. Now we're waiting. Like I said, we're still waiting. Inspections is waiting. COVID affected the car dealers. They don't make them like they used to. Timing is everything, and I can't change that. We can't change that. We are getting by, but it has made us reevaluate how we look at things.
Commissioner Locke.
There's some cost to outfitting the patrol car. And then there's gotta be some cost into de-outfitting.
There is
the car.
about $10,000 to upfit a car,
Okay,
and about $2,000 in labor for dismantling usually. Yes, prepping them for sale, if you will.
And then if the model year changes and the car, design of car changes, then that ups the cost too. Right now, the traditional car you see that senior services uses, building inspection we use, we're able to hand those cars down, take the equipment out. But when you get a new patrol car, we can't put that new equipment in the new patrol car if it's fit differently. So there's always going to be a variable there, but that's a good point. It's a very expensive model quite often. 2 of our deputies are tied up, you gotta run here and get brakes, gotta go there, you gotta do that. And then my patrol car sat at Fox Motors for like 10, 12 days because they broke apart when they were taking a part off on a factory recall. That is a real curly shuffle, getting vehicles around, picking up vehicles. Some of our vehicles are equipped with SWAT equipment, some on K9s. There's a variety of things going on. So I appreciate your trusting us to do that. And if we go with enterprise, I'm not against that. It's going to be a board decision. If you can save a tremendous amount of money, all for it. My big concern again would be safety and allowing us to have the I guess the fiduciary interest over when a brake job is needed, when it isn't, when tires are needed, when they're not, because when you're dealing, as Commissioner O'Rourke said, with roads, you cannot skimp on tires or brakes. You just can't do it. And we try to drive reasonably here. We did not buy those cars with turbos in them. They can get turbos, but really that's more for the state police and the highways. We have M72, M22, our 2 fastest roads in the county, and we can control our speed somewhat. We don't need that excessive stuff. So we try to manage it on our own. But I would appreciate as we go forward that we all keep in mind that safety is number 1.
I can say that the 10,000 to outfit a car is not the full upfitting. The vast majority of equipment, cages, electronics inside are reused, but lights, sirens, if there is a slight model designer you have to rebuy, some of that stuff can't be reused. 4 or 5 years on the road, the weather, the salt takes its toll, and those things break down and we're repairing stuff. So a lot of stuff does get recycled, and we have a new model here, like the sheriff said. We have to repurchase everything, cages, front and back cages. There's a lot of different parts. To speak to the maintenance issue, Chris can probably hit it further, but it does not take the control out of our hands. They oversee it, but if we're going to Vans or Hoxie's Garage for maintenance, they can jump in the program and we still use them. We take it to them, nothing changes through enterprise. We just don't handle the billing. We get, I believe, 1 bill at the end of the month instead of 35 that I turn in now on a monthly basis. It's lump sum. They oversee it. They track it all, I believe. Right, Chris?
Correct. And I would definitely refer you to the counties who are working with us with the patrol vehicles and their experience with safety, because this is something that we take very seriously. And part of our auditing is actually to make sure that we are above and beyond in terms of the safety of the vehicles, whether that be tires, the condition of the vehicle, general road worthiness is a part of the audit. So it's not just the local shop that's, and you all seeing that, it's our ASC certified technicians who are employed to make sure these vehicles are working properly. But again, I would refer you to the counties and a reference for their experience with that.
Yeah.
So I think to kind of conclude this, it was not the intent to have the board take action today. It was for the board to understand that there are 3 primary components while we're bringing this before you. One, and primarily, is safety. The safety of our vehicles and kind of reducing the age of the vehicles and reducing the maintenance of the vehicles. So when you look at cost, safety number 1, cost for maintenance is number 2, and the ability to get the vehicles is part of that as well. Third and final, there would be a cost benefit, maybe not initially. That's why we're saying, basically that it's kind of cost neutral right now, but where the cost would undeniably come in is the amount of time and energy that staff are putting into right now managing this program, and how this would be able to make this more of an effective and efficient option. So if the board has an interest in us reviewing this forward, then we can do a little bit more research and bring it back to the board either during the budget process or at another meeting. But we just wanted to kind of make sure that we were moving forward with something that the board had some interest in before we kind of brought it forward.
I think we'd be interested in getting from other counties cost savings and experience. We can do that.
Are there other companies other than Enterprise that offer this service? We can certainly look into that. I know, as Chris said, there was a pretty extensive vetting process through the countywide organization that kind of does
Sourcewell,
that does,
which we are a member of. So,
but we can absolutely look at that as well. But this was kind of why we started the conversation there.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Sheriff and Undersheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
We are now down to Jennifer and her Michigan State University team. Morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. I think Laurel's going to kick up my presentation here that will supplement the report. So Laurel, if you could make
Laurel,
that
if you
magic
can
happen.
Bring that report up for MSU
Well, the presentation.
presentation.
Yes, thank you. Laurel's the magic behind the screen here. You can go ahead and kick it to the next slide, Laurel. Again, my name is Jennifer Berkey, and I'm here on behalf of Michigan State University Extension and our staff team that's here behind me, representing our organization to give our annual report to the Board of Commissioners today. Again, this report is just a summary of the accomplishments, and I know we have a very narrow window of time, and I will try to honor the Board of Commissioners' time wishes on that. I will do my very best, but there is so much to share about the great work of our team here. So again, this is just a summary of the best of our accomplishments. So I always like to remind the board how our organization is funded. We're funded off of three main funding streams. Our first funding stream is state and federal dollars coupled with county dollars. And then we also have our funding stream of our grants, which is our largest source of funding that we currently utilize as an organization. Go ahead to the next slide, Laurel. Thanks. And we're just proud of our accomplishments this past year. And I know in the report, we outlined some of our kind of numbers that we saw. We continue to program in a variety of ways. As you read through the report, you'll see we're programming online. We're programming over Zoom. We're continuing our in-person programming. That's obviously our historical way of programming, but we're meeting residents where they're at, and they're able to access our programs via recordings and via other mechanisms. So it's kind of like at their home or wherever it's convenient for them, which is a nice feature as opposed to COVID. I did want to draw attention to some of our numbers this past year. We reached 294 unique programs accessed by residents. So that means that your residents in this county access 294 distinctly different programs, which is the equivalent of someone coming into maybe this board room here and presenting something every other 1.5 programs every other day. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's a pretty high frequency of programs, which is nice. And again, I think that's a direct product of some of the ways that your residents are accessing our programs. We also reached 5,105 residents, which is an 81% increase over last year in our direct programming. That would be the ones where we collect demographics, where people fill out a sheet that acknowledges that they're from this particular county. So we do collect that information. We also reached 4,552 in our online education. That would be individuals accessing our videos and those types of things that we would collect that way analytically. And then we had 42,000 unique views on our social media pages. Those are individuals that went to our websites. We have two main county websites. One would be our Facebook page for 4-H, and one is our MSU Extension Facebook page. So again, that's how we get the word out about a variety of programming that we do in the county. So that's the number of unique page views. Go ahead, next slide, please, Annette. Sorry, Laura, thinking Annette. So again, this is just our agriculture and agribusiness staff that we have that support the county. I'm not going to read through all of their names, but that's the team that work on behalf of Leelanau County residents. Go ahead, next slide, Laurel. I want to just do a quick welcome to Chris Bardenhagen. He's here today. He's our new staff person. I'm sure you've seen him before. So Chris Bardenhagen has replaced Stan Moore, who was previously housed in Antrim County. When we went through the search process, Chris was the best candidate for this position. He's going to be working with our agriculture residents and his primary focus is going to be agribusiness and helping farmers make good fiscal choices on succession planning and taxation. So we're really lucky to add value to Leelanau County by having someone of Chris's expertise housed here to be able to work directly with our growers. So thank you, Chris, for being on our team. Next slide, please, Laurel. So again, just a couple of highlights of what we've done in the scheme of agriculture. Again, our Dr. Rothwell continues to work with apple and cherry growers at the research station. We also have Annette featured here, and I want to just give a special shout out to her and the work that we've been doing in the viticulture space. Esmail has been working with our local viticulture growers, specifically on a Dirt to Glass conference. And I wanted to just give a special shout out to Annette. I've been working with some of those key stakeholders, and they said that her presence on that planning team has been invaluable. So I wanted to just really acknowledge that. We have a couple of really influential key stakeholders on that planning committee, and Annette has made their job and their connection to the university and the benefit that we can provide to that planning committee invaluable. So thank you, Annette. So again, just a couple of reminders of what we do. So we work with our local growers to help teach them best practices. And in the case of wine grape, we have a Dirt to Glass conference that Annette's been helping with at the end of this month, which brings growers research-based information on how to elevate the quality of the wine grapes that are grown from the soil level. And so we're bringing in key speakers from across the nation to help with that. Next slide, please, Laurel. And obviously our home horticulture is also important to us, and a big shout out to the master gardeners that help maintain that garden outside. I know you probably enjoyed that as you walked in, and we're very, very appreciative of the master gardeners that give their time and energy to educate consumers in Leelanau County on how to grow safely and also for food gleaning purposes as well. But our extension master gardeners, you can see the slide up there. What they donated in our area was approximately 1,168 hours, which has a value of potentially $34,000 given back to the county in effort. So again, a big shout out to Nate Walton and his master gardener team for their efforts. Next slide, please. Oh, and before I go back, I just wanted to I know Rob is here, and back on the next slide, thank you. Some of the work that he's been doing with hops continues to be supportive. So hops continues to be an industry here in Leelanau County, and Rob does quite a bit of work on research and outreach on important issues facing our hops growers like quality and disease. So go ahead, next slide. Sorry, Laurel. So for our 4-H, Rosalie was unable to be here today. She's at fair this week. I'm sure you all know it's fair time. So be sure to visit on Thursday if you're interested in purchasing a 4-H livestock project. But again, Rosalie has a tremendous amount of outreach for area youth. I always like to say that Rosalie, you're blessed to have her in this space in this county, because I really believe there's something for any youth in Leelanau County for 4-H. And I tried to put them into 4 main buckets. Go ahead, Laurel, to the next slide, please. When I think about 4-H and the work that she does, there's job readiness skills that are learned by youth in Leelanau County, specifically on babysitting skills, tractor safety, and viticulture education. So you'll see pictures throughout these next 2 slides that really summarize that. She also provides leadership skills. So we're hoping that our area youth grow up to be county commissioners and serve their communities in a similar capacity that you all do. So again, teaching them budding leadership skills to make a difference in their community. So capital experience was one way that area youth had a chance to participate in developing those leadership skills. Go ahead, next slide, Laurel, please. And obviously it's important for them to give back to others. So service to others. So you'll see the bottom left picture there. We do a lot of petting zoos where youth bring their projects to various things in the community so that other youth get a chance to kind of meet livestock animals. And so again, service to others is important from 4-H. So we do petting zoos all across the county, plus also the work that we do at the school outdoor farm market. So again, Rosalie brings adult volunteers and youth projects to those particular venues so that youth get a chance to learn more about livestock and the importance of animals. We also do fun things, and I think fun is important for kids as well, in addition to all these other great life skills they learn. 4-H Exploration Days is a chance for youth to get a chance to go to MSU campus and learn what it is like to maybe be a student at campus. We also have Tiny Tappers, which is the only tap class learning opportunity in my 6 counties. So again, Rosalie just brings it as far as bringing in capitalizing on her adult volunteers, plus a sailing camp, again, taking advantage of the beautiful natural resource we have here, obviously our water, and taking advantage of that and getting kids on the lake. So again, just a big shout out to Rosalie and her efforts. And I know she was sad that she couldn't be here today. I also did want to mention that the Leelanau County School Farm Markets were back at Leland, Northport, Glen Lake, Suttons Bay, and St. Mary's School. We held those events outdoors with local growers selling fresh produce and samples Rosalie was there with her petting zoo, and it was a total team effort. Rob Sarine and Annette helped to coordinate that. Nate's there, obviously, and we also have the research station staff there pressing apples and making cider. And so again, just a big shout out to the whole team for being present at every school in the county. Next slide, please. So health and nutrition, we obviously have Jane Rappin, who does the work on behalf of us for our health and nutrition. And what we do with our health and nutrition work is we help limited income or limited resource individuals learn ways to stretch their food dollar, eat healthy, and improve their physical activity while on a budget. And those are just some of the partners that we work with in the county. Next slide, please, Laurel. So we obviously try to teach in a variety of ways. One thing we do is direct education, and that could be in the form of going into schools or pantries and showing pantry attendees different ways that they can utilize the food that they're getting at the pantry. And I know Jane is particularly proud of a project that she piloted called Pantry to Preschool, where through a partnership with the pantry, a family will get a box of food. And then in addition to that box would be recipes and hands-on instructions on how to cook that food. And then those youth get a chance to experience that with their parents at home. And so that family can make that healthy meal and potentially replicate it into the future. And that is funded from the pantry food that they glean and purchase on behalf of the pantry. And then it's just our time, our staff time, Jane's time developing the recipes and doing taste testing. So next slide, please. And I know this is maybe the area that you're most familiar with the work that we do, which is our Building Strong Communities. And this is the work that John Amrine does on behalf of local municipalities, Mark Breederland with our Sea Grant Educator, and Parker Jones with our Product Center work. Next slide, please, Laurel. So I know many of you commissioners participated in New Commissioner School, and maybe that was your first knowledge or entree into what MSU Extension does. But for the past 50 years, we partnered with MAC to be able to provide this learning opportunity for our local municipalities. And one of the nice outputs of that was that hybrid way that it was a partly in person and a partly online learning, so that you can go ahead and utilize those resources all year round. So again, just another shout out to the team for the work that they did with New Commissioner School. I do know that Deb reached out to John Amrine just to maybe help kind of better familiarize herself with what we do, specifically to support her in her new role as county administrator. So we are grateful to be able to do that. Our product center work that we do, again, we support and assist our residents in developing products and businesses in the areas of food, agriculture, and helps them regulate that, navigate that regulatory process. So let's say one of you had a great idea of producing a mustard that you wanted to take to marketplace. Parker Jones and the rest of the team across the state could help you take that idea and bring it from an idea to a marketplace. And I know I wanted to draw attention to the center picture, the Homestead cherries. They have been working with the Product Center for a long time, and they received our 2023 Barrier Buster Award. Again, that's a Leelanau County grower. And he was, I don't know if many of you went to that New York Times event that was there a few weeks ago, but New York Times had contacted him, and they did a food, they had cherry picking, and then they did a food demonstration using local cherries, and then obviously education about the different efforts that he's doing. So again, a shout out to Homestead Cherries. I did go to that New York Times event. It was a lot of fun. And I have to tell you, I've had a lot of cherries this year, and my favorite cherries I got all year was at his farm. They were delicious. So a shout out to him. But again, some of the efforts from the Product Center, you can see on the screen. We worked with 15 different businesses, which affected 327 employees, which yielded 11 hours of counseling sessions, with one new product launch, which represented over 22 million in combined annual sales of those businesses. So again, the Product Center really helps your local entrepreneurs take an idea to marketplace, which again, obviously boosts the overall benefit to your residents and the economy in the county. So go ahead to the next slide, please, Laurel. And again, it's a partnership between MSU Extension and the county, and we always appreciate the opportunity and the privilege to be able to present this presentation to you and also to do the work that we do in our communities. So thank you. And I can take any questions, and I hope I was within my 5 minutes. And if I wasn't, I did my darndest.
You did your job.
Okay, I tried.
Questions for Jennifer? Yes.
What don't you do?
Well, We don't do, well, we try to support our local partners that do really great things. And a good example I'm going to give is in my first role at MSU Extension, I did housing counseling education. So if someone was going to purchase a home, I would go ahead and do that counseling session to help them look at a budget. And we don't do that. I mean, I don't personally do that anymore. And we don't have a staff person in here doing it because there's other county entities that do that and they have more staff capacity. So we try to invest our time into where are the unmet needs.
Oh, no, that was completely sarcastic.
Okay, well.
Because I'm always amazed at the amount of territory you cover. It's just fascinating. And then I learn new things each and every time that you guys are actually doing. So kudos.
Well, we have a tremendous team here in this report, me just being obviously the talking head, but it's a tremendous team here that really invests a lot of their time and love in this county. And it's really easy to do the work here in this county because we have really great partners that we work with on a daily basis. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
More of a comment. We are really very fortunate to have you and our team in Leelanau County. You haven't let us down, but I just was thinking you could just quickly have them stand up.
Sure.
And you could introduce yourself.
I can. Go ahead, Nate. Do you want to start?
Yeah, do I need to use the mic?
I think so for the benefit of
Yeah,
accessibility.
hi, I'm Nate Walton. I'm a horticulture educator for MSU Extension here in the county.
He did a little walking tour for the staff here the other day, just a nice way for us to get out and see the native plants and so thanks, Nate.
And his volunteers are outside the window right now.
They are.
Yeah, I'm Chris Bardenhagen in new farm business management position for Northwest Michigan and happy to be here.
Thank you.
And thank you, Deb, for helping us kind of make his office a little bit more habitable. We did a little bit of a office switcheroo because we exceeded our office space. So thank you, Deb, and the whole facilities team for making that happen.
Jim? Are you Jim's? Is he going to Jim?
Yes.
Yeah, Jim is my dad.
I can see the resemblance. Okay, right. And Annette, you've been here for a number of years.
A couple.
Yeah.
I'm Annette Kleinschmidt. I'm the office manager. I primarily work with the ag programs. Nate, Chris, Rob, Esmail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Patty Travioli and I am office assistant, working a lot with whatever.
Everybody needs that jack of all trades.
And she made the delicious lemonade for today's coffee clutch, if you get a chance to go down there. So, Rob Sarine, community food systems educator, work with hop producers and farm markets and pretty much everything else that other people don't cover. Yeah.
How long have you been here now?
Longer than that, 15, 16 years.
Okay.
I know, I had hair back then and now. Thanks, everyone.
Question on hops.
Yeah.
How are they doing in Leelanau County?
Pretty good. I thought someone might ask, so I printed out some facts for you today. It really depends on, in Leelanau, they're doing fine. You have Hop Alliance up by Northport, up in your neck of the woods, and he keeps putting in more acres. I'm up there probably every other week, working with their farm manager, John Hardy. And he also sells, he's the #1 seller of hops on the Lupulin Exchange, which is a kind of a website that everyone around the country uses. And he's right here in Leelanau, which is kind of interesting. Aside from that, I think there are some challenges that folks are facing. You know, they're still coming out of COVID. I think the craft beverage industry in Michigan was down about $2 billion from COVID. So they're still kind of returning from that. And then if you're in the farming community, you know, and this isn't just hop farmers, but costs have gone up quite a bit for inputs. In fact, the Senate Ag Committee in May released a report that over the last 2 years, input costs have gone up more than they ever have in history. So agriculture in general is having some issues, but you know, I think we're doing all right here in Leelanau, and in Michigan, we're still the 4th largest producer of hops in the US. So remains to be seen, but they're on a good course.
Our humidity is a problem for some of the varieties of hops now because of the breezes maybe up towards Northport. Is that why they're doing well? Is that more that way?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. This year has been awesome for growing so far. In Leelanau County, actually Jim Nugent told me this is the driest county in Michigan.
Well,
in
I
terms
will
of
attest to that.
precipitation.
Totally, or just this year?
No, just in general, throughout time, it's one of the driest, if not the driest county in Michigan. And
Really?
yeah, if you look at the precipitation data, Northport is generally really, really low. So that helps. And then the wind as well. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
all.
much for having us.
Next on our agenda, and there is a coffee clutch today at 10:45. If we time our break for 10:45, can we make that? And then we could stop downstairs and have coffee. I think the Michigan State people are.
We're doing a going to the fair theme, so in conjunction with the treasurer's office, I believe. So I think we're doing it in combo with them. So lots of good fair fun to be had at the coffee clutch. No petting zoo, they're all at the fair.
Mr. Garbo is here, and next on our agenda is the Defense Commission approval of Second Amendment. Thank you, Paul, for being here.
Well, good morning. I went to Michigan State too, and I like coffee. So I may do that. So, good morning, everybody. Deb, do you want to kind of outline what we're doing, or should I?
I'm gonna let you just jump right in, Paul.
Okay. Well, this is a continuation or a follow-up to our meeting that we had back in April. In April, we presented to the commission the proposed fiscal year 24 MIDC compliance plan, which was due to be filed by the end of April. The commission reviewed it, supported it, voted to approve it. We've submitted it to MIDC, the state of Michigan, and it has been approved. Part of that compliance plan is our independent contractor rate for the next fiscal year, which will be effective October 1st through September of next year. The proposed amounts in the attachment that you have. This will be your third year, our fifth year performing this service for the other counties, Grand Traverse and Antrim County. Antrim County has reviewed and approved the extension of our independent contractor agreement. Grand Traverse County has theirs. It'll be reviewed and approved by the end of August, and yours is on the agenda today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner O'Gara.
I just need to understand the jump from 45 to 52.
Sure. There's a change in the MIDC policies this year regarding payment for the contract attorneys. All of the work that's been done up until this point, or most of it, has been event-based, meaning they take a case and they get paid a flat fee. MIDC has mandated that effective the start of the next fiscal year, which will be October 1st, that the attorneys are required now to bill hourly. Because of that, our workload is going to go up quite a bit. We've actually hired a third staff member to work in my office exclusively for MIDC. So the increase in your rate is just a small portion of what my overall increase in costs is. The vast majority of that, quite honestly, is being absorbed by Grand Traverse County. So I think you're up about $7,500, but it's somewhat of a cost sharing for the additional staff member of my office.
Commissioner Glover.
So do you I thought that you and your staff covered all of the indigent cases, but you're the administrator, so there's other attorneys and you that do indigent. We see them in claims and accounts. William Burgett is one. So, but you administer the whole program.
I do, yes, and I don't actually take the cases. I used to. I mean, that's my background in terms of doing criminal defense work. Your prosecutor and I have spent a lot of time together in the courtroom, but all the time, Joe. Quality time. Well, so yeah, so what we do is we assign the cases to private attorneys in all three of the counties to handle cases in all three of the counties. We don't handle them ourselves. So we assign the cases, we review their invoices, we make sure they're doing the appropriate training that's required. So we manage the program.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and enter into an independent contract agreement with Paul Jarbo of Jarbo and Bell attorneys as the indigent defense attorney administrator for Leelanau County for the period of October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024, in the amount of $52,500. Funds to come from 260-000-000-801.000. And I hope I didn't crucify the second name.
File, but close enough. She won't mind.
Second that.
Any further discussion? Yes.
I'd like to ask if the prosecutor is content with his services.
Uh-oh.
With my services or Paul's?
With Paul's services.
They have a good group of attorneys that do a good job for people, I mean, for their clients.
Mr. Burdette and those people, in other words.
Oh, yeah, they do a very.
Okay, all right. That's a plus, right? Okay, call the vote. You're done.
Yeah, and, when was the last time this contract was reviewed competitively?
Well, this is new, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
This is a
Yeah,
new
fairly
mandate
new.
from the state in
Yeah,
essence,
right.
so this is a relatively new process, and then the state just initiated new guidelines and new directives, so we are in essence responding to the state's requirements.
Right. The important,
Prior relationship with this firm?
Not for
Not for this
filing the
service.
IBC.
Okay.
Got it.
you were handling this in-house before,
Okay,
and we took over Grand Traverse and Leelanau, Grand Traverse and Antrim County. You were still doing it in-house, but then there was a change made. It's about 2 years ago for us to take over your county
The
too. So,
legislator,
so it's recent then.
yeah, legislation determined that the administrator must be an actual attorney.
correct. That is correct.
Right,
Right.
and our in-house person wasn't an attorney.
Okay.
Correct.
So-
That's right. The other thing too, I mean, just so that everybody knows, this change in our contract amount and the change in the overall cost of the program for the next fiscal year doesn't change your local share. It's identical to what it's been this current year. So that's a very good thing.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0.
Okay,
Thank you,
see you
Paul.
for coffee.
And we've got a real challenge for the sheriff and the undersheriff because we're going to take 10:45 break.
We'll get her done.
Okay.
I apologize. I gave you each a packet this morning. I gave you a clerk's packet. You only have one, but this is enough for yours. I'll give that to the clerk, and then each one of you, one of the things we have to do is communicate with Safe Boat on the actual manufacturer, which we'll talk about here in just a second. But that goes in the yellow packet.
Oh, you're good.
And first item on the agenda will be the credit card request, I believe.
So that's regarding the vote here in a minute. So the credit card request, the undersheriff does a great job. Wayne, would you come up here too, Commander? The undersheriff does a great job managing our finances, and it's very, very important. Obviously, we have a large budget. In fact, we have a large budget in the county. And one of the things we do in law enforcement is we do a lot of training. A lot of it's around, we try to use campground as much as possible, but sometimes we just need to have a credit card. There's several cards around. It's not a big ask, in my opinion, because the credit card is audited monthly. We get a statement, and I will be the fiduciary of the auditing. And I would like to put it in the undersheriff's name. So when they have one card to keep track of, one person doing finances, and then each month I'll have him review it, then I'll review it to make sure there's no, nobody adds a coffee onto their purchase, so to speak, or nobody does anything that's inappropriate. So I think it's a good thing. It moves us forward. Having worked for the state all those years and having worked for the feds, we had credit cards, and it's just a smoother operation for us. So pretty simple ask.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve the sheriff's office to require credit card in the agency and the other sheriff's name for agency operations with a line of credit not to exceed $4,500.
Or Commissioner Lautner.
Just a couple of quick questions, because we've managed a number of years for having just one credit card in the county. And we were just told we couldn't have lines of credit. So is this called a line of credit, but it's not really a line of credit?
No, not really.
Credit
We had multiple cards. The administrator had a card, the county clerk had a card, the treasurer had a card. There was a variety of them. It is not opening up credit line accounts. It's just easier for us to, like, when we need to reserve training dates, sometimes they open up in the morning by
I
the,
just agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. I
Yeah.
understand where you're coming from. I just want to make sure that by IRS standards, we can do that again. Because I thought the one credit card I said wasn't it the same card? They just all basically used that credit card item. Is it separate?
that I would have to refer to the administrator.
I can, the clerk currently has a credit card in her own name. I currently have one in my own name. So the credit is my credit that it's issued upon in terms of the amount. That would be the same scenario. We would make sure we go through the same process. We do have a credit card policy. There are some minor updates that need to happen to that, but that will be something that
Okay,
we can
that's the
certainly
next
operate
question. Okay.
within those same guidelines. So from that standpoint, I don't think the request is in any way outside of those parameters that we have established.
Under Sheriff, you're okay with this? That's in your name? I mean,
Comes with the job, yes.
all right.
It's got enough to do already.
Any other questions? Yes, Gwen.
I do understand that the world kind of turns on credit cards now in terms of registration for things.
Another example that's not here, the Leland Harbor and gas for the boat that is stationed in Leland. You cannot purchase gas in Leland without a credit card, period. That's the only way they do gas now. That it's actually, current account is on the administrator's card. They have changed that within the last 3 years. I mean, they cannot bill us. They don't have the capability to bill us. That is the only way we can get fuel. So short of pulling that boat every time it goes out and hauling it to like Leelanau or the office or wherever to get fuel, it's the only way you can do it.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
We have a motion on the table. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
I just had one more
Oh,
question.
okay.
So we have a couple of tweaks to make to our credit card policy.
I think it's just from the standpoint that it references that the county clerk is the contact person, so there's just some minor edits to that.
Does it state that there's only 3 people that have the credit card though? So you have to add the undersheriff to your policy? Doesn't the policy read that there's just 3 account holders, the treasurer, the
The
administrator?
county clerk, in cooperation with the county treasurer and administrator, will maintain an active credit card user list. So,
Right, I think, I just want to make sure that we get that. So let's
by next Tuesday, we can bring you a draft of a
make
revised.
sure we got all our ducks in a row on it. And then also you work closely with accounting to make sure that, Yes.
I'm there several times a day.
all right. Because there are certain things, obviously, you know, that can go on and can't go on.
I mean, any expenses won't be already pre-authorized in the budget under specific line items. I mean, it's,
It's the credit card policy states exactly, you
Yeah.
can only use it for things that aren't purchase orders
Correct.
or travel.
Okay, so I want to make sure as long as we stay within the policy.
We'll have a draft for approval along with this for next Tuesday.
Do we still want to vote on this or just move it forward until next week?
Let's vote on it.
Okay. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. We'll look at that again next week with the policy. Good, thank you. Now we have the fiscal year 24 secondary road patrol grant program.
this is the annual request. There has been some slight changes this year, simply the fact that the state has gone paperless. Over the last month, I was able to get the finance director in the system, a couple of the clerks in the finance office. Also, the board chair is now in the system because everything is done digitally. Other than that, the process is the same. The deadline is September 1st. Last year, we received $54,441. And I think this year with a slight increase, I believe 55,000 and change, essentially when approved for our single deputy that patrols secondary roads and handles those type of complaints and crashes.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners allow the Sheriff's Office to apply for the 2023-2024 fiscal year secondary road patrol grant through the Michigan Office of Highway Safety and authorize the board chair and finance director to review and sign the application. Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 7-0. Now turn to page 34 of our board book. We have the Port Security Grant, and we have the clerk's office has prepared a suggested motion for us. I think that's in front of your.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to talk about this thing forever. I don't know if we need to hear from him. I mean, great news, okay? So I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners accept the Department of Homeland Security Port Security Grant as awarded in the amount of $409,266, which is 75% of the total purchase cost for a 31-foot safe boat. Remaining 25% local match of $136,422.57 to come from an account to be determined by the board and the finance director.
Support.
Okay, the first thing, I think we've got a different prepared one that.
Oh, I didn't get it.
The price of the boat changed, so the amount that isn't covered by the grant changed minimally.
Back up and put it in.
Yeah, so.
And it should be noted that their bid came out, a 60-day bid came out in March. You know, this has been an 8-year process. So it came out in March. The cost of materials went up a little bit, approximately $2,000 for the boat. And it is a very minimal, but we want that up front so everybody knows. And any other questions? As Commissioner Rexroth says, there's not a lot to talk about. It's a wonderful thing. We're bringing $409,000 back to Leelanau County, money we've all spent in our taxes. Now we bring some back. So I'm very happy with that.
I'll attempt the motion again.
Okay.
I move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to accept the Department of Homeland Security Port Security Grant as awarded in the amount of $409,266.
Any discussion?
Finally.
Yes.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
Thanks. And just on that thing where they increased that price just a touch, and we're still before 1045. That's just a slight blip on that, but is that something we need to address today or?
We're going to with the next motion.
Next motion.
Perfect. Great.
I move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to purchase a 31-foot safe boat for a total cost of $547,719.97, with funds to come from 101.225.331.970.000.
And before we have any discussion, Deb, could you give us some detail on that?
Sure, so it's my understanding, the way that this grant works is that the county would be required to expend the total amount.
Correct.
And then the grant dollars would be coming back. Once the item is purchased, so it is something for the board to be mindful of in terms of cash flow, but we certainly can address that.
And that last page I gave you explains from Adam Wallace, the program administrator, explains that this is all formalized in September. But I needed your support to this point. I really thank all of you. And for those people who were on the board and aren't anymore, hopefully they're listening, we'll hear this. Thank them for their support because we've been applying since 2016, unsuccessfully 0 for 7. So we hit it this year. Some of you were on the board then and supported us right across. So thank you all. Appreciate it. And it'll be a good asset for Leelanau County. It's going to last a long time. It's going to be in that Leland Harbor and a very, very good project.
When do you foresee the grant money actually coming through to reimburse us that 400?
We'll know more in September. We tried to get a commitment out of them as we do that formal paperwork. I think there's different ways to do it. You can play parts of it and so forth to keep it, I guess, easier and simpler. Pay for it, they reimburse the 409. I would say that we'll be able to answer that by mid to late September. They said late September, but they seem to be coming out a little bit earlier with their stuff. And then when that's paid, then that process, I don't think you have to wait till the boat is built. The boat takes, up to a year to build. We're trying to push them to have it by July 1st next year. My guess is once the paperwork goes in, that money's sitting there. My guess is it'll be reimbursed, but I can't answer that question until September.
We'll have more details for the board, and we'll also talk with the treasurer in terms of possible ways for financing options. If that's something to consider.
Any further questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, for all of us. That's
Yes.
great.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks.
If we can, let's have Mr. Edwards become his 911 tower amendment or cancellation, and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, I can be quick. While it does sound like bad news that we're losing a co-locator on the central tower, Consumers Energy has decided to move their communications to the state 800 megahertz system, just like we communicate on. The county is actually gaining some equipment out of this, so we will have infrastructure at the tower site that we can take control of, namely their generator and their shelter. That is a excellent resource for us to have. So I was very pleased that they did not want it after they vacated the tower. So in order to terminate this lease, we had to have a little bit of agreement drawn up in order to take ownership of the property at the tower. So that's what we have before you today.
How much,
Yes.
how much annual income are we losing?
They were right around $35,000. The good news on top of that is that I'm in negotiations with T-Mobile to go on that tower. So we will not lose everything as of 2024.
You answered my question. So, but they're not gonna do the full 35.
I can't say that they will as of right now. We don't have the equipment list in order to get a forecast of what they're going to put on the tower. But typically, a large cellular carrier is between $30,000 and $40,000 a year. Yeah.
So Matt, there have been some questions from the commissioners and also about AT&T. And I know that you've been reaching out diligently, trying to connect with them to try and increase our revenue from the towers. Are you at liberty to just kind of give any more information about that, or can you just say that those conversations are?
They are ongoing. AT&T is reconfiguring how they're going to build out in Leelanau County. So they're taking all of our towers into account, even the newly constructed one. I'm giving them as much information as I can about the Leelanau Township Tower as well. But obviously that is not a physical structure yet, so there's not a whole lot that they can put a whole lot of emphasis on with their build out. But yes, so those are ongoing discussions. We have newfound discussions with Verizon Wireless as well. So hopefully we do have a little bit more expansion coming.
Looking for a motion? Commissioner Butler.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approve the supplement of the tower space lease agreement with Consumers Energy. Effectively terminating the lease agreement and authorizing the County Board of Chairman to sign the supplement pending approval of our corporate council.
Support. Been moved and seconded. Are there any questions?
I just have one comment. Please remember in all of this, that 22 corridor between Leland and Little Traverse Lake is pathetic.
Yes.
Yes. We have one bar. And that's good for compared to a lot of people.
Thank you for the reminder.
Always.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Could we, the motion approved 7-0, could we take a break?
Yes.
Do you want us to meet? I'm gonna be like a minute. You can, if you're all. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here for a renewal of the Title 4E grant. We have a proposed motion, and this is money that we earned representing appearing for abuse neglect cases in probate family court. Some other counties prosecutors don't perform that function. I feel it's important that we do. We're not getting rich, but at least it pays for something, so.
Commissioner Ross?
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve the contract between Leelanau County and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services for the period of October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2026 to continue reimbursement for services under the Title IV program. Second.
Any discussion?
Quick question, Joe.
Sure.
How are numbers trending in that for this person or grant or position?
Well, the numbers in terms of our abuse neglect numbers, I would say they're pretty constant. I know our criminal numbers are up. And again, I think it's important that our office go to family court, see how families are doing, because a lot of those families end up unfortunately in the criminal justice system. And again, we get paid $40 an hour. It's not like we're getting rich. It's just, we fill out a timesheet if we go in and do a case.
And I think it's a different, something to hear maybe that the numbers were, trending down, but they're holding steady.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of job security in this job, and that's one of them.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
See,
Thank you.
10:45. Well done. Thanks.
Should we take 10 minutes and 12 minutes?
I'm unmuting the microphones. They are live.
Are we ready, Jen? We have a speaker here, or an expert, a consultant here to deal with item number 10, Mr. Warren Call. Would there be any opposition to moving 10 up to our next agenda item so that we can dispense with that and you can go back to work?
No objections.
So we'll go down to item 10, Traverse Connect Housing Funding Initiative discussion. Do you want to introduce that?
Absolutely. So I want to thank Warren, and I just thank you, Mandy, right out of my head, for being here today. So this opportunity for the board to consider is at the recommendation of the land bank. You have the letter that was issued in terms of a letter of support to reestablish the Leelanau County Economic Development Authority. The rationale for that is that there are some funding options that are available through an EDC. And John Gallagher, Sean, as finance director, and myself met with representatives of TC Connect and also individuals from Grand Traverse County to talk about how they're currently using the EDC to fund their housing initiatives. And so this is, again, just information at this point to bring before the board to be able to have a discussion about the viability of this as a funding source for tax exempt revenue bonds. And there are some criteria in terms of what makes most sense. So I'm going to turn it over to Warren at this point. You do have some, I believe, some slides that were handed out to you earlier today, but they're also up on the board that Warren will be speaking from. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to meet with you this morning, and appreciate the flexibility in scheduling. We're trying to be a lot of places at once. First off, an apology, because my intention was to have sent you these slides and have this information to you ahead of time. And I screwed up with my Outlook. It was my mistake. So I appreciate Deb and Laurel from your staff scrambling to get that printed off for you. So sorry for that mix up on our part. My name's Warren Call. I'm the president and CEO of Traverse Connect. I have with me Mandy Santieri, who's our chief financial officer at Traverse Connect. Our organization, for anyone in the audience that isn't aware, is a 5-county economic development and chamber of commerce service. So under one roof, we try to support our businesses and nonprofit organizations across the 5-county area with a whole host of programs for direct business support, public sector advocacy on behalf of our members, as well as running a talent attraction and recruiting program to help our employers find talent. So that's a very quick overview. Mandy oversees a number of our financing program, including the tax exempt revenue bond program that we have in conjunction with Grand Traverse County. So she can fill in and correct me when I make any mistakes here. Before I dive into the details of this, I also just want to say, while we have the chance, thank you for your ongoing support for our freshwater research and innovation partnership that we're working on with many partners, Michigan Tech, NMC, the Discovery Center and 20 Fathoms, as well as our Tech Hubs application, which is related to freshwater research. Thanks for consideration and your support on those programs. As Deb mentioned, today is just designed to be an informational session. We're hoping to detail for you some of the many economic development tools that you have at your disposal. So this is not necessarily, and it's not specifically a recommendation by any means. It's really just educational, here to give you the outline of what's possible, and to hopefully answer any questions you might have about how it works and how the program can be implemented. The first slide that we've detailed here is just a very quick overview of what tax exempt revenue bonds are. It is a form of financing similar from the borrower's perspective to just taking out a loan. So much like an individual business nonprofit takes out loans for anything else, bond financing is simply one other way to borrow money. The bonds, in this case, tax exempt revenue bonds, are issued by the bank that the borrower works with. So the borrower works with their individual bank. And they could take out a commercial loan with that bank, or they can take out a bond. It's just another form of financing that they would work out with their lender of choice. The difference is, and for your consideration, the reason this is an item of discussion is that if a local county-sponsored economic development corporation is involved in that transaction and exists in that region, it allows that bond to be federally tax exempt. And we'll get into some of those details, but the borrower talks to their bank, the bank evaluates their credit. It's just the affiliation of the local EDC that gives the tax exempt status. Other than that, it's really just a private transaction like any other borrowing that an organization might do. It's based on the credit quality of that borrower, their credit score, their ability to pay. The terms are variable, and it is again set by the bank that the organization uses, but usually 15 to 20 years in term. And here's where the rubber meets the road. Compared to a traditional commercial loan that a borrower might make or take from their lender, if it's a tax exempt revenue bond, the interest rate is lower. And that is because the bank, if they continue to hold that bond, or if they sell it out outside of the bank into the market, the owner of that bond, the investor in that bond, gets tax exempt interest, much like any other municipal bond that you could hold in an investment portfolio. So it results in a lower interest rate for the borrower, and that's really the key thing here. And then the Economic Development Corporation receives a percentage of the bond proceeds as income. So really, in effect, what it is, it's a pass-through mechanism. Using the local EDC allows a private organization to qualify for federally tax exempt financing. That's really what it is. Happy to take questions.
To back up,
Yes.
you said, go back to where you said the EDC would receive some monies.
Yes, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. The local county economic development corporation, at their discretion, can take a transaction fee from each one of these projects that's run through the EDC.
Okay.
So in effect, the borrower has a little bit higher internal fees on the transaction.
Taking it on the tax end, but they would have to pay out.
Correct. And
What's that usually percentage wise?
The fee is 1/4% of the total loan. So that will come back to the EDC. And because of that, there's a minimum amount of $2 million, just to make sense. Mhm.
Yeah, so the fee is basically a transaction fee paid to the EDC for the use of that tax exempt status to cover your costs, cover that organization's costs, et cetera. If we go to the next slide, there are, this is under federal tax law. So there are specific eligible entities and specific eligible expenditures that have to be considered here. A county EDC can issue tax exempt private activity revenue bonds to only two types of organizations. One type of organization is a manufacturing business. Again, through federal law, there's an encouragement for manufacturing. So manufacturing businesses, private manufacturing businesses are eligible to receive tax exempt revenue bond transactions like this at a maximum of $10 million per transaction. The other organizations that have access to this program are nonprofit 501c3 organizations, so charitable organizations. And they do not have a maximum dollar amount cap per transaction. So those are the two entities that are eligible for this kind of financing through a county EDC. Now, what kinds of expenditures are available? It's pretty broad. And those organizations, as long as they are either a manufacturing company or a nonprofit, again, based in that county, or the project based in that county, it can be for site work. It can be for equipment, whether it's new equipment or used equipment. It can be for the soft costs and fees, developer fees. It can be renovations and improvement to existing facilities. It could be the purchase of large capital assets, production equipment, and it can be for the acquisition of land and also the cost of actual construction, whether that's new construction or the acquisition of an existing building. Yes.
Can you have multiple loans on one project? So.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so 10 million for one, 8 for one, 6 for one.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah. And a revenue bond loan could be in conjunction with other private funding as well.
Could you expand on the soft processing fees?
Yeah, so the cost of developing architectural renderings, the cost of evaluating, environmental concerns on the property. There are probably several other options like that, but a pretty broad range of fees that can be covered. For example purposes, some of the recent transactions, the Grand Traverse County Economic Development Corporation has financed using tax-exempt revenue bonds. The Children's House Montessori School did a expansion of their existing facility, about $2.5 million. The YMCA, the West YMCA construction, that facility had a $4 million revenue bond transaction as part of the capital plan for that program. And then Meadow Valley was the construction of a senior living campus, and that was a larger project, $44 million. So those are some of the more recent transactions that Grand Traverse County engaged in. There's some older transactions to specific manufacturing companies, but these are the most recent. I want to point out probably a key differentiator as you think about if this fits, where it fits. The difference between an economic development corporation tax exempt revenue bond and other bonding agencies, such as a local land bank, is an important distinction, okay? This program that we're talking about, run through an EDC, is, the keywords are private activity. So it's a private activity tax exempt revenue bond. That means you can finance what's happening in a private entity. So a nonprofit organization or a manufacturing private company. Contrast that with land bank transactions, can only be bonded for official business of that land bank. So only if that land bank chose to buy property or improve property could you do bonding for that project. The land bank cannot help to finance private activity with a separate nonprofit or a separate manufacturer. That's a really important distinction. Does that make sense? Any questions on that?
And I'll just mention again, the letter that's in your packet was supported and motioned by our local, or by our land bank in Leelanau County, recognizing some of these options and some of the developers that we've had communication with, most recently about housing projects, that this would again put another arrow in the quiver or tool in the toolbox, whatever the metaphor you want to use, is it just gives the county more options to be able to support affordable housing projects.
Mr. Call,
Yes.
I was looking at this last night and a question came up about, we have a Leelanau Peninsula Economic Foundation.
Correct.
That could not enter into this kind of an arrangement.
Yeah, that's an important distinction. And one of the reasons that we wanted to, make this presentation, because you've got that organization that's, mission driven to improve economic outcomes in the county. They're a 501c3 organization. They cannot implement a revenue bond program. And I'll get into some more details about that, but that's an important thing. The other important distinction I want to make before moving on, especially between a local economic development corporation and a land bank, private activity revenue bonds are based on the credit quality of the borrower. So the nonprofit or the manufacturer. And it is only based on their credit. It is not an obligation of the full faith and credit of the county. Land bank transactions usually are. So a land bank transaction, a bond issued by the local land bank would fall under the liability of the full faith and credit of the county. Not always, but usually. So that's another important distinction.
So you're saying our liability then with this is nothing?
Correct. If the borrower defaults and the bond is not paid, it's the liability of that private borrower. So that nonprofit, that manufacturer would be on the hook through their bank to either pay back the loan, restructure it, or have some kind of bankruptcy proceeding. If any of those things happen, it does not impact the county or the county EDC. The next slide details some of the requirements that you would have to consider if you wanted to explore this option. Number one, there has to be a formation of an economic development corporation under the county, and that is a tax exempt municipal entity. It's not a 501c3, it's a municipal entity. But you would have to form that, you'd have to develop the bylaws. You would have to file the incorporation of that entity and apply for an EIN, obviously to make it official. You would have to appoint a Leelanau Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. I don't know that it's required, but usually the way that that's done is by appointment of this body. The county board would appoint the board members for the EDC board. And then you'd have to determine and establish your policies and procedures. There's some, probably pretty good examples from other local counties as well as state references to help you if you wanted to develop bylaws and policies and procedures, some good examples to follow. You'd also have to consider that the state of Michigan gets an allocation for its total amount of tax exempt revenue bonds that it can issue per federal guidelines. Then each entity in the state, including the local EDCs, have to apply for their allocation. So MISHDA at the state level gets a big allocation, the MEDC gets a big allocation, and then the locals kind of apply for amounts. So year to year, if MISHDA and MEDC are doing a lot of projects, there may be less that you could do. So in effect, let's say you had a $50 million allocation, you can't do $100 million of revenue bonds because your maximum is $50 million.
Are we allocated money whether we take it or not, and we just pass by it if we can?
I believe
we have to apply for it.
Yes, yeah, you would issue an application for it to the state of Michigan, and then they would approve it based on the eligibility of the project that you're working on.
So it's money we cannot access any other way.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Just a point of clarification, it's not money we can access. It is the ability to allow a private person to go into a transaction with someone else and borrow that money. It's not money that's sitting there. It's
correct.
Our ability to allow that transaction to take place.
Yes.
But it's available, and if we don't have this, we can't even ask for it. Or they, whatever.
Whether the money's available or not is up to the private lender and the
correct
veracity of the project and the credit of the person. They're really not like a pot of, they're not diving up a pot of money. They're giving up the ability to make a transaction that may or may not have quantity. But it's just still, it's a small distinction, but it's important.
Yeah.
So it's like there's 50 million, we just get to give and hand out.
Correct.
If they give us an allocation.
Yeah, absolutely correct. There's no pot of money. It's whether a lender is willing to go into a transaction with a borrower, but it's subject to an allocation limit that has to be negotiated with the state. It's a complicated process, but there are some smart people that we can get involved. And that really leads into the number 6 there. You would need to have a contractual arrangement with bond counsel to make sure that the paperwork and the legal aspects, the tax implications are done correctly. We work closely with Grand Traverse County's bond counsel. They are on retainer, as it were, to work through transactions as they come up. It's important to have specific legal expertise in this area. So it's not the county's regular general counsel. It's recommended that you use a specific bond counsel expert. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mandy, but the bond counsel is paid through the transaction costs of.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
The other item that you need to consider is some counties have staff that manage and oversee the Economic Development Corporation and Revenue Bond Program. That's one option. Other counties have just a volunteer board of directors, and then they contract out the work. So they don't have staff designated to the EDC. And that's what Grand Traverse County currently has. I want to make a distinction. Traverse Connect has a contract with Grand Traverse County on a whole host of economic development projects that we work on with them. We have a separate contract with just their Economic Development Corporation, and it's really just to be the transaction facilitators and marketers of revenue bonds. If a project comes up, we make sure that they have all the resources they need to apply for that transaction. We then work with the bond counsel, but then it still goes to the EDC board and the county board for approval of any transactions. So in effect, you've got a contracted staff, and that could be any number of organizations. So it doesn't, Traverse Connect does it for Grand Traverse County, but you can contract with a lot of different organizations to do that kind of work. I would say that a couple of things to consider from that perspective. You'd not want to enter into even considering this for one or two or a handful of small projects. The logistics and the cost of implementation and the cost of the transaction to the borrowers and having the bond counsel, et cetera, it lends itself to larger transactions. So for example, a larger housing development could be a good fit, but you wouldn't want to do a bunch of little, a few little one-offs. I would recommend against doing that because it wouldn't probably be worth the effort.
You consider a little one-off.
I would say that really from a transaction standpoint, once you figure in the cost of transactions, as Mandy mentioned earlier, it doesn't make any sense at all less than 2 million. And it makes most sense in that 10 million and above. And really, when it comes to big housing projects, probably large 25 and above, 25 million and above.
I mean, looking at your 0.25% on a $2 million project, that's a $5,000 fee. And if I look at this list of things to do, I suspect that 5,000 is going to take us very far down that list of things to do. So that'd be big projects.
Right. Exactly. So that is a consideration that I want you to have in mind. The other thing to think about is, to your point, Commissioner, the Economic Development Corporation earns income from the transaction. It's a small percentage, as you indicated. That funding, that income is designed to offset the costs of running the program, right? But ideally, it should exceed the cost of having the program, and it provides funding to support other economic development initiatives. Importantly, it can't just be for anything. It has to be economic development inside the county, right? But to the question earlier, you have a 501c3 organization in the Leelanau Peninsula Economic Foundation that, again, I'm not recommending anything, just options that are available. If you over time made revenue from transactions like this in excess of your costs, and you had some extra funding available, rather than trying to do it yourself, especially if you don't have paid staff inside your EDC, you could contract with Leelanau Peninsula Economic Foundation to sponsor or support some of their programs and events. Again, not a recommendation, just an example of what's available. That's how I think that Leelanau County or Leelanau Peninsula Economic Foundation and other partners could be considered for this. And in fact, if you think about an example transaction, again, there's a lot of uses for these tools, but one of the uses is workforce housing, and I know that that's an item of discussion here in Leelanau County. So you could envision a situation where a nonprofit housing developer uses this program to finance a housing project in Leelanau County. Leelanau County's EDC serves as the pass-through to allow for tax exempt status. The borrower gets a lower interest rate. Through that transaction, the Economic Development Corporation receives fee income. That fee income offsets your costs, but also allows for extra funding that could be reinvested in such a way to support other economic development initiatives. That's ideally how the project works. Anyway, they went through a lot of steps there. So questions?
I lost you on that last point.
Okay.
How do we earn more money for other projects?
So
Taking that
yeah.
second.
every approved, completed revenue bond transaction that would go through a county EDC could earn that fee of 1/4%. Okay?
But that goes to you.
No,
Oh,
that goes to the county's Economic Development Corporation.
oh, okay. Okay.
You can spend some of that fee to support, you have to spend some of that fee to support either in-house staff or a contractor to get the work done, certainly. But ideally, on larger projects, the potential revenue of 1%, 1/4% of a $40 million housing development is a good chunk of money. That would probably exceed your costs in the transaction. So you would have extra funding available that could be invested in other economic development initiatives, such as the programs and events of Leelanau Peninsula Economic Foundation.
Mr. Lauder.
So I'm guessing then that since the land bank is on board with this, that this developer could use land bank properties and then go through the steps to get that money.
They can be combined, yes.
Okay. Do you really think there's developers that are going to come into Leelanau County to build large housing units?
I think that there is, well, let me back up. We're not necessarily recommending that you do that. This is really just informational as to your options, not necessarily a recommendation. What I would say from our work with Traverse Connect, with entities in Leelanau County, with Housing North, is that there is demand for workforce housing, in a pretty substantial demand for workforce housing. As a county and as a planning commission, you would have to decide how that fits best for your community, what the appropriate zoning that you feel, and if that zoning allows for larger developments, I think that there could be the potential for them.
Okay, well, I just wonder, because there's all the talk about it, and when push comes to shove, in Leelanau County, we found that everyone wants it, but nobody really wants it that close to down. And we had a developer that was going to put 300 homes in Elmwood Township, where we had all the structure, we had the water and the sewer, the road was right there, we had everything in line, and then the locals said, well, we don't want that. So it makes me wonder, are we going to jump through all these hoops, and are there really going to be developers come in and put any developments in? And honestly, I don't, for the scope, it sounds to me like they would want to go with a large development to make it worth their while. And I just don't know where that could be placed in Leelanau, where they would be successful getting that in.
To Melinda's point, this bond is not just for housing though. I mean, this bond is for manufacturers. This bond basically would allow the area more economic development in general. So I just kind of want to point that out.
Thank you, because that's my other point. Where else can we get industry? Because that's another thing that's been pushed out. If you look at a lot of townships master plans, there's no industry, or very little. If there's commercial, they recommend that it's off the beaten path, hidden in the woods, excuse me, really not visible, has no more than 4 employees, and we just haven't been open to a lot of these things here in Leelanau. And we had a large manufacturer in Leelanau County. It's been a number of years now, but they couldn't expand in our county, so they hopped across the county line and expanded, and they're doing very well. But they have to get out of Leelanau to really be successful. And I the concept is great. I agree for jobs or whatever, but just large scale, it's not gonna, large scale manufacturing isn't gonna cut it.
We're not going to make a decision today, obviously. We wanted some information. We want to hear back from the treasurer and the land bank. Thanks to Trudy's help with the Northport Hospital project, I see some real potential there for a many $million project using this as a tool. And I know that Yellow Brown is here, and we heard from Larry. I know there's support from the housing experts, but I suggest we've been introduced to it. Let's have John join us and Trudy join us and move forward at another day. Yes.
One more quick question, please. For verification, we wouldn't be joining a Grand Traverse County EDC. This would be a standalone Leelanau County EDC.
Correct. To the points that were made, I think it's important. Yes, it is not just housing. It can be for hospital development, manufacturing, agricultural production fits under that. Not agricultural, not farms, but production facilities does fit under that definition of manufacturing. So that's an important thing for Leelanau County. To the other comments from a kind of a editorial comment standpoint, I think every community deals with that balance between we need housing and jobs, and not everybody wants it in their backyard. And I think that's a difficult thing for every community to balance.
We're all looking at the development down on Gray and M72, and I've heard nothing positive. I mean, to where they don't even like the colors of the building. Okay.
I do have a quick question. So Warren and Mandy, so if the EDC is established and we are looking at a structure where we're contracting, there would in essence be no expense to the county unless there was a bond that was presented or an opportunity that's presented to be considered in terms of staffing or whatever from a contractual standpoint. So if there's nothing presented, there would not be any essence cost to the county for maintaining an EDC until there's an issue that comes up that we would require to have the support. Is that?
That depends on how you want it structured. So if you only needed to bring in contractual help on when a transaction is requested, you could potentially end up in that situation. There's also the question of, do you want to market this at all in order to encourage its use? That would incur ongoing costs.
The retainer of bond counsel wouldn't need to be established except on a project by project basis.
It's not, retainer is probably not the best way to put it. You have them on call, but they are a transaction only fee.
Yeah.
At the request of the administrator, I just want to make sure that, there's a lot of other tools that are out there. And we're not going to purport to be the expert on all these tools. As the chairman indicated, Housing North is here. Yarrow Brown would probably be the person to really highlight this. But this is not the only tool that's available out there. Should you want to engage in housing? So a couple of quick things there. There is new rulings or new guidelines and laws from the state regarding brownfield tax increment financing for housing property and housing development activities. Those are now eligible. That's a new development that the governor just signed. So basically that allows tax revenue that's captured through local brownfield redevelopment to fund affordable housing costs with the approval of MISH at the state level. So that's just one thing that's new. You can now use those funds through Brownfield to do affordable housing. And it can be to fund construction or rehabilitation of housing for units up to 120% of the area median income. So it basically has to be workforce housing. The other tools that are listed there, there's some new tools per the legislation that was signed last year. Residential facilities, which are multifamily and allowed through tax increment financing, attainable housing, which is 4 units max, and again, has tax increment financing available. And then there's an expansion of some existing tools, the payment in lieu of taxes policies, as well as the neighborhood enterprise zones. So there's a lot of tools at your disposal, depending on what you feel is most appropriate for Leelanau County and your community. Obviously, there's a lot of work that has to go into deciding which tools are right. We and our other housing advocates and partners across the community would be more than happy to help with that conversation and give you more information as needed.
As the only non-retired person on this board. I'm sorry. Okay. Half-these. I really think that Leelanau in general should have an economic development board, especially if we want to attract new young talent and business owners to the area. We know our demographics, we know we're an aging population. To me, this tool aside, that conversation really needs to take place, and we really need to consider that moving forward. So I appreciate you guys coming in and letting us know about this and maybe starting a broader conversation. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you both. So we'll work on with the land bank and to maybe move forward with a proposal of some sort to bring back before the board, either at the September meeting or as soon as we can compile some information that will be valuable for the board. Yeah.
Thank you.
Jen,
Yes.
thank you. This is all great, but what developers are knocking on the door of Leelanau County asking to come in anymore? After the one big development that got pushed out of Elmwood, they're gone silent.
We were asked, or I was asked, as well as the land bank, to look into potential options for developers to look at for funding options. And this was one that was suggested specifically by a local developer. So we did go down and initiate the discussion, and they know what the range, the kind of that sweet spot that needs to be close to that $10 million project. And that does seem to be a potential need. So I think this, again, is just another potential option.
In Northport, we have a 48 unit development being proposed. I can see this working for that. We have the tear down of the hospital, rebuilding that up. I can see this being helpful for that. And I suspect Timber Shores and Leelanau Township might have some potential. So I think we have to be open to it.
Okay. When we have a significant and serious problem, like the lack of attainable housing in our county, I think we need to open as many doors as we possibly can to deal with that problem.
Thank you.
It's also, if you build it, they will come, and you have incentives, it draws and attracts different developments. So I think, just to echo Gwen's sentiment.
Thank you. Well, Trudy, we bumped that one over you, but now you're up.
I think human resources is actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Darcy, you're up. Number 5. We are on page, in our book, pages 112 onward.
Good morning. After we met on, boy, it seems like a while ago, July 19th, the committee of the whole. I did forward on several policies to corporate counsel. They've vetted them again after a few minor changes that were made after our discussions in that meeting. 3.03 came back to me today, and I put that copy out. There were a few additional changes that corporate counsel made, and that's the only one they had any other updates to. So when you look through these, there's a few of them you'll notice that are highlighted yellow. Those are the things that were changed after we met on the 19th. Based on the suggestions that were made during that meeting. 3.03, the IT technology one, the major changes that were made by corporate counsel was on page 3 of that policy. Instead of suggested resource or suggested practices, they recommend we make them required. And then they added in litigation and email records, which is E on page 4, and FOIA and email records, which is also on page 4. So if you have any questions on those, I'd be happy to answer them.
Just a quick question. Have these been, how I need to word this, have you looked at these in the stance of our union contracts, and do they mesh with our union contracts?
All of your policies will stand as a county policy unless it's addressed directly in the union contract, then the union contract supersedes the other policies.
Okay, so is that, do you know if there's any instances of that where we've got the union policy, the union contract that would supersede this?
In these particular ones, not that I can, not these 6 that I'm presenting today. I guess the only thing would be in that 1.07, which we didn't circle back to today because I know there's still some work to do on that. The Paid Medical Leave Act will supersede your contract because you do have to allow those personal days after 90 days.
It's a federal law.
It's a federal law, yeah.
So that's one we've not acted on in terms of that 1.07 still.
Well, I was looking at, there's some changes like to the reimbursement for meals, et cetera. And I just wondered if we should, if there are any of these, we should wait until after negotiations and negotiate on certain things and then policies in place after. And I don't know that there's any of those.
Yeah,
Sure,
I think.
but I know meals, that's an increase, it's a benefit.
I will just mention too that we've had a concern expressed by the sheriff's office that they are currently waiting for the equal opportunity policy because they need that as part of their hiring process. So there is a sense of urgency to get some of these moved forward. And there will be the legal issues that will also need to be moved forward. Just reviewing the top. Yeah, just those top 6.
I'm agree with those. I mean, I went over that. Can I put a motion on the table?
Sure.
Okay, I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the updates to county policies 2.03, 3.03, 5.01, and 5.06, and approve the Paid Medical Leave Act and Whistleblowers Protection Policies, numbers to be assigned pending review and approval by corporate counsel.
Support.
Any further discussion or questions? Linda Butler.
Well, only number one, I will these have to go back to corporate counsel.
They have gone to corporate counsel. I got the response and like I said, the only changes were to 3.03.
Well, as I said, I would just assume on at least the one, wait till negotiations on the policy. If there's an urgent one for hiring. You know, I'd like to hear more about that. I put that one further down.
Any other questions? Hey, it's been moved and seconded. We have a motion on the table. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
6-1.
That's the only reason.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darcy.
Thank you.
And now Trudy, you're up.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. While Trudy's getting settled, I'll just mention that her and I will be leaving immediately following the board meeting to go to the Brownfield Conference to hear more about some of the potential funding options that the county will have.
I'm just glad she's here instead of Northport.
I just hope she, I hope she's as glad as we are.
Thank you. Well, it'll be a great day to travel to Detroit, so. So I have a few things for you this morning. First is the appointment of Fair Housing Coordinator. So this has always resided with the county administrator. And it is a title which doesn't see a lot of action. I think in all the years we've had it, we've had 2 complaints. So if someone comes in with a complaint on housing that they feel they were not treated fairly through our housing loan policy, or perhaps that the contractor didn't do a good enough job on the work or something, we handle whatever we can in our office. And if we cannot resolve it, it goes to the Fair Housing Coordinator. So that is the first request. You can appoint someone else if you want to be that Fair Housing Coordinator. It is a good idea to have somebody in this building so that anyone coming in would be able to talk to someone right away. We've never had it done through our office because we actually are in charge of the housing. So that would not, that's pretty much a conflict to try to do both of those steps.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners appoint the county administrator as the Fair Housing Coordinator for Leelanau County.
Support.
Any discussion?
Does she have time? Our question.
My best.
It sounds like in this schedule of meetings, there's not a whole lot of work.
Yeah,
to be done.
unfortunately.
So far as of today, sometimes things.
Motion on the table. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You vote.
It was close. It was close.
Motion approved 7-0.
Vote for back there because I can't hear you.
Next.
Okay, the next item is to designate a certifying officer. And again, this has typically been set up that it is the chairman of the County Board of Commissioners because they look at the highest elected official for the organization. And this position is a position, or excuse me, a title, where anytime we have to report something to the state, like the amount of funds that we took in, or to certify the loans that we put out, the certifying officer is the one who signs the document. We'll prepare it, and then that certifying officer signs it, and we'll get it down to the state. So we need to put that in place. And if it is the, I'm sorry, if it is the County Board of Commissioners chairman, then the page that is listed, the document that's listed on page 135 will be filled out for you for your meeting next week.
Motion to recommend the chairman of the County Board of Commissioners be designated as the certifying officer, and Form 15E certifying officer designation form be completed and submitted to the Michigan Economic Development Corporation office.
Support.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
Your next item is to set a public hearing date for the housing grant closeout. Now, we don't actually have a grant like we have had in the past where I bring you a document and sign it, but because we're using program income funds, the state considers that to be under a grant. So each year we have to close it out. Last year, I think it took 10 minutes and we did it before your evening meeting. You don't necessarily need to set the date today, but if that's something that you could do either today or next Tuesday, you know, think about a time that we could set that up and then we can get that public hearing posted.
This coming Tuesday would be too soon.
Correct, because we have to get the public notification out. So if you decided and set the date and let me know that it's going to be in September in front of, you know, before your executive committee meeting or at 10 a.m., you'd adjourn the meeting, or excuse me, you'd take a break, do the public hearing, go back into your regular session. So it's whenever you want to do it.
Right before I write.
Right, and it usually doesn't take more than a few minutes.
Do we need a motion for that to set a meeting, or you want to do it through the regular process?
Is that agreed to date the 19th?
Yeah.
For the regular meeting, is that, because you're talking just 10 minutes anyway, right?
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes.
And that's soon enough for you?
Yes, that will work.
I think we do need, if we're going to set it that way, we do need a formal motion. For a
I can
special
have
meeting.
consensus, I just need the date, that and the time that we could all agree on. So I didn't hear a date.
19th at 6:30?
August or September?
September 19th.
September 19th.
That's a Saturday.
6:30.
I'm not coming.
You're doing 6:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, so September 19th, 6:30.
And do we need to vote on that?
I don't think so, I think I can just put Chairman Wessel consensus for
Okay.
September 19th, 23 at 6:30.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then the last item for you today is to approve a one-year contract extension with Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency for our housing rehab services. I did ask corporate counsel to give us that extension again. It's like a 2-page document. And I don't have it for today's meeting, but hoping to have it for you for next Tuesday. So that is spelled out for you on page 136. We set up a one-year contract with them with 5 one-year extensions. So we have plenty of time left in the contract for them to continue this work. And really, there isn't anyone else around this area that understands this program and knows how to do this work like NMCAA. One thing I do want to point out for you is while I put in here the budgeted amount, which is $25,290.66, that is considered non-program income. You probably have heard me mention that in the past, which means it is below our $35,000, so it's considered non-federally regulated. What does that mean? It means you could use this for whatever you want. If you wanted to send me to another conference, you could do that. If you wanted to buy playground equipment for the park with this money, you could do that. But every year, we've always encouraged you to put it back into housing because that was the original purpose. And there are individuals who can use this for upgrading their heating, replacing the roof, things like that. But you do have that option because these are under the $35,000 to do something else with them.
For a motion? Yes.
Motion to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve a one-year contract extension with Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency for Housing Rehab Services, pending the contract extension review by corporate counsel.
Support.
Any discussion? Mr. Commissioner Locke.
So if one-year extension starts when?
I'll bring that document back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
We're now, Commissioner O'Dare, on your renewable energy exploratory group report.
Okay, we had a work group meet. And we have a motion. There have been people who have been working on this for many, many years, so we have a lot of people with a lot of background. There is money available that we need to not bypass. And if you have any questions after my motion, I'd be glad to answer them. But I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners create the Leelanau County Energy Futures Task Force that will identify opportunities and facilitate implementation of energy efficiency and renewable energy within our county. Membership will be composed of representatives from county energy providers, community organization, business, agribusiness, and interested residents. For a total of 12 members, the Energy Futures Task Force will meet for 12 months, at which time a report will be presented to the board. Support.
Any discussion? Yes.
At what cost to the county?
No cost for the task force.
Okay.
The exception to that would be the cost of taking minutes or however and the cost of publishing the meeting notices. I mean, there are some open meeting law rules that we need to comply with. But the understanding that Gwen has, I think, is there be no expenditure of monies for any conferences, supplies, or any of that.
No.
Keep on this time.
Commissioner Greco.
A couple questions, the members, I mean, if this is a county authorized, county commissioner authorized, how are the members of this committee determined? Does that have to come before this board then, or?
My understanding of this, and Gwen and I have had some conversation about that, we will appoint to this, we'll publish requests for membership, as we do for all of the committees, and then we'll appoint members at the Board of Commissioners table.
Follow-up question, the only.
I'm sorry, and I missed that question because this thing was coming around, so.
Oh, it's just, how the membership's determined, I mean, that is really a function of the county board. If we approve this task force, then it's a function of the county commission to actually appoint the people.
What I understood is that we could speak with people about their interest and that the board would finalize that.
Encourage people to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That we will bring a proposed slate. And the board will accept it.
And we will post, I believe, on our county website where we'll post if we have this task force and solicit applications.
Yeah, so the work group will present a slate of proposed membership.
Another question I have is the language that we're authorizing is to facilitate implementation. Just a little concerned with that language in general. I'll be more comfortable with said energy renewable projects that were approved by the county board of commissioners. If you do, it seems like there's a little bit of a authorization when you say we're giving them authorization to facilitate.
Identify opportunities.
So you're suggesting an amendment to the existing.
Yeah, if I were to rephrase that, and it's not against the whole thing, going, I would just say, identify opportunities, and if the facilitate is in there, would be facilitate implementation of energy efficiency renewable energy projects as approved by the board of commissioners within our county.
Would that
That's
be
fine.
Would that be each individual project then that we would have to approve?
We would,
Which it kind of works that way anyway, that's just,
yeah, we would have to do that.
you'd have to do that anyway, it just takes it's a little wider open than I'm comfortable with right now. I mean, otherwise, I think I would need to be given permission to do things that this board has no control over, and I'm not comfortable doing that.
I don't think our discussion ever didn't include the board approving our projects, I believe, right?
On the other hand, I believe the board only needs to approve projects where we will have money or resources involved. There might be people on the task force who are, I'm sure there'll be projects in the county that we will just be watching and saying, oh, that's great. And we don't have any money or resources involved.
The exception that might
So
be,
anything that it takes our money or resources, yeah. we have to
or it
approve.
involves our facilities, it's the other thing, I mean, even if someone's gonna pay for it, you just can't have someone come and put.
Oh, no, we wouldn't have to approve all those things. We never do anything.
Yeah.
We're not talking about solar field, yeah.
So we have a proposed amendment or a friendly reworking of the motion,
It
whichever.
could be a friendly, I can say it's approved by the county, that's fine. We always approve things that affect us, our facilities, or our tax dollar.
It would be really silly for us to not approve something that our private spot that doesn't cost us a nickel anyway, so.
Right.
That would mean we should have our heads examined if we're gonna do that to begin with, so.
It would be
Jen?
different by now.
So could you tell me within your motion where we're adding? Because I didn't get a second amendment, so you're gonna reword your original
Let me-
motion to say
I
to
think I have it there.
include approved by County Board of Commissioners. But where do I put that?
I believe that the suggestion was the second sentence, actually, the beginning of the third sentence where it says efficiency and renewable energy
projects as approved by the Board of Commissioners within our county.
Or I wonder if we need to clarify that to say, we don't have to approve everything that happens in the county if it doesn't involve our resources.
Yeah, how does that, does anyone have any more information on how those relationships intertwine? Because there's a lot of different, right, like different task forces, there's lots of different organizations.
Yeah,
Already,
and we don't have to approve.
and we don't have to
all
approve everything. So how does that work? Anyone know?
We have to be careful here.
I get lost. I'm not sure where we were. I think we were talking about any project that would cost us any money or be related to our facilities. We would need Board of Commissioner approval. If through your work, you can influence some private entrepreneur to do something on their own.
Yeah,
Right, then we don't have to approve it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to word that.
Well, I think it was just said, if any projects that involve county expenditures or are on county facilities require board.
So it's gonna be motion by Alguier to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to create the Leelanau County Energy Futures Task Force that will identify opportunities and facilitate implementation of energy efficiency and renewable energy within our county. Membership will be composed of representatives from county energy providers, community organizations, businesses, agribusinesses, and interested residents for a total of 12 members. The Energy Futures Task Force will meet for 12 months, at which time a report will be presented to the board.
And I think what he's asking for is after energy efficiency and renewable energy within our county, period. Any.
You said it.
Yeah.
Do it again.
You said it well.
I was-
Any commitment by the county for the county's resources will be approved by the board. Involving the county resources will be approved by the board.
Or facilities.
Or facilities, yes.
That was making that a broad resources, but that's fine.
I just wasn't sure where in there I was putting this, so. Any commitment or.
Further discussion. Yes, Melinda.
A question. Again, this really doesn't give us a scope of projects yet, or an idea exactly what we're looking to do. What is your end result? So in other words, to identify opportunities. So this group will identify opportunities that somebody maybe doesn't know about. Is that what the idea is?
There are a lot of opportunities that we don't know about because we're not the experts.
So isn't that what Leelanau Energy does now? Isn't that what they are doing? And hoping to get more of a reach.
And they would be part of.
Well, I understand that.
We're recommending they be a member of the task force. So it's to expand and create more collaboration. As I said, anytime there are county resources, we would have to approve.
Well, last month we had a public comment made the comment that had to do with private property and their ability to do things on their private property. So this is why I'm asking the question. So what is the end goal here in your estimation?
To avail ourselves of any opportunities out there right now that we may be missing because our county does not have a department or a person who has the time, and we're bringing together people in this field to have more information, more access.
We, the general public, do you think doesn't have access to all of this, except we being
more focused than that, I believe.
Yeah, and we don't have a department, we don't want a department.
My right as chair, we can only have one commissioner talking at a time, please.
Yeah,
okay.
It's to avoid us having a department, how's that?
Well, so I'm looking to maybe make sure that we don't have any duplication of services. Because a lot of this already, one of our energy providers in Leelanau County is already doing. It's already available. A lot of this is duplication. So that's why I want to avoid duplication. So I want to know as a county board, because this is nothing mandated. As a county board, what is this going to bring to our citizens other than letting them know of opportunities for energy? I'd like an answer. Yeah, I know Candace waited.
Commissioner Russ.
So we've worked on this a little bit as a task force, and I'd like to share kind of what our consensus is.
Okay.
We have 5 points that we think this task force can help Leelanau County with. Number 1 is education, just providing up-to-date, accurate information about what's out there. Number 2, we're role modeling. We as a county are adopting initiatives and practices that people will look at and make positive changes in our energy usage. Number 3 is policy and practice, just looking for opportunities to support and these principles in our planning and our zoning, all encompassing that a private company or group can't do. We can do that as a county. Number 4 is project development and fundraising. We're gonna watch for opportunities that counties receive information and that, we need to pass on. And then we're gonna be reporting back to the commissioners and to the community what we have found out and just keep people up to date. I mean, to me, that just is our role as leaders and within our community is to provide a sustainable future for all of us. We need to be thinking about that. So does that answer some of your questions?
Well, it does, and that's what I want to be clear on. We look at Cherry Land Electric, and they're already a fantastic role model.
Sure.
We're already way ahead.
Part of this
They had the first community solar field up here. And there's just a number of other things, over 60% carbon free energy, and that's who supplies this building. And this is why I asked, because a lot of this is already available. So the rest of the peninsula is served by consumers. If I don't know what they're doing, maybe they're not doing anything. So the other part of my question was, and that gives me a little bit, Cam, I think that. But a lot of this is zoning. So again, we can't overstep townships when it comes to zoning. So again, not quite sure of our role on top of the townships. They're more powerful than us on this. Then the other thing is the membership of the board would be appointed by this board, correct?
This board will approve the final numbers.
We'll bring proposed,
So
if you have any ideas.
yes, obvious would be those involved in the industry and understand it very well.
You didn't in your 4th point, Kama, have grant, but I think under fundraising, section 12 grant, there are some grant opportunities for.
That may only be available for the county to apply for too, not.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
On this topic and related, unrelated is the handout I handed out. Someone asked me to hand out today as they saw this on our agenda. And I think the last page is really the most telling. We had the discussion this morning with sheriff cars, et cetera. It's actual costs. So it's just a lot of very interesting information. Basically, it's the cost of, I think it looked at school buses and, propane fuel fired school buses were the absolute cheapest. And the most expensive was the electric buses. So, a lot of this is so much is on the, it's all new. It's all new and it's just not there yet. So, but it also talks about the slave labor involved in the mining in the Congo. This is really sad, this cobalt red article, so, these children working for $1 a day to mine the cobalt so we can have electric batteries for cars here. So, interesting read.
Thank you. Commissioner Kramer.
I appreciate the information. I do, however, want to point out that it is a source from usemichiganpropane.com.
Yes, yeah, but it's just.
I think we're ready to vote.
Yeah.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to say that when gasoline engines came out, there was huge concern all across the country that it would never work. Never enough gas stations. It would never be enough. It would not work. It takes time. And I think we'll develop better batteries
You
too.
remember that you said?
I do.
Well,
Now, that is kind of funny.
you know,
I remember the history.
Commissioner Kramer remarked that she was the only not retired individual at this table. But I am the oldest at this table. I do remember when they invented the erasers on pencils, and the teachers were scared because now we know that mistakes are okay. Because
Thank you.
and that's true, and that was in the 50s, so.
Innovation takes a lot of different forms and it takes a lot of time to perfect things.
I've had a raise.
It sure does. It sure does.
Let's just
Let's
move on.
move on.
Yes.
We will move on to the item number 8, the district court staffing level adjustment. Yeah.
Actually, so what you have before you is a request that is in process between the members of the 86th District Court. So it's in front of Grand Traverse County, in front of Leelanau County, and also in front of Antrim County. The judges apologize for not being able to be here today because of their court docket, but they do plan on coming next Tuesday evening to the meeting. So this is to address the probation staffing levels. And so I think that we've heard that there's a shortage, and that we heard from when Gwen came and spoke to the board about that, you know, they had depleted kind of some of their staffing levels, and now they're trying to get back up to regular necessary staffing levels. So with that said, I think that there's a proposed alternate motion that would just to move this forward to next Tuesday for discussion, rather than actually making a full motion at this point for approval, just pending the.
If you're looking for a motion to move it forward.
There was quite a bit of an article on this on the news on the in the Traverse City Record. Right now, the caseload of probation officers over 200, and it should be close to 100. And they have the money because they set it aside. I think we should just go ahead with the motion. Follow the article.
I agree. It was very well substantiated.
I mean, that there was clearly an on the news in the paper.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, yes, it is. So move to recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the proposed 86th District Court staffing plan change request. The funds to come from 101-350-136-801-000.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Rogers?
Well, you know, we did hear this, but I had understood that even in Leelanau County, our numbers we don't have the numbers here. So for an increase of probation officers, so these 2 probation officers are for Grand Traverse County? Can I see this? Three for Grand Traverse County.
I'm sorry, it's two proposed and we pay
Right.
a percentage.
Yeah, and it's, well, but are the 2, this is my concern, is that we pay a percentage of it, because it's split that way. Grand Traverse is gonna pay the biggest amount, we pay, was it 12%?
That's what you're.
So,
It's cost shared, those 2 positions are cost shared, so.
but the probation officers will be in Grand Traverse County.
I think the caseload is split that way too. but they'll be here Tuesday night.
I thought that was Russell's change.
You can't monitor 200 people for one probation officer a month. It's not like that.
So do they pay a portion, does Grand Traverse County pay a portion of our probation officers up here too then?
Or Leelanau, which you mean, so you're asking me if the probation officers that are dedicated here, we are billed for. So they have a staffing level that we get charged for monthly. So we
Does
can
it cover
ask,
the cost of the probation officers?
does the
How many do we have here that you're talking about?
I don't know.
Okay, so I just want to fully understand, why are we paying for some probation officers in Grand Traverse County? Right, is that how?
I think when you have the probation officer, as in the past, it's Grand Traverse is going to pay the percentage, so the two, I believe the two staff that are here are fully ours. And then we get a portion of the judge, and then we get the portion of the probation that is our caseload of the probation officer. Does that make sense, Commissioner O'Rourke?
Yes, it does.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 6-1. Thank you. We are now down to Ms. Wilson and information technology. Thank you. You want to introduce this, Julie?
Yes, so in regards to these two proposals, they're to address some of the cybersecurity issues that we've heard from both our accountants in terms of cybersecurity. We've also heard from our MMRMA about cybersecurity, and these issues also are addressed in some of our federal requirements regarding emergency services. So it's being brought before you.
Okay.
We're still on A. Oh, we're on A.
Okay, yeah,
We went
meeting
audio.
room. I just want to make sure we're on meeting room audio. I didn't miss anything.
I'm sorry, my bad. So in regards to meeting room, I think we're just seeking some direction from the board in terms of if this item is to be taken off of the agenda or if we need to move forward with more of a proposal. I think in regards to commission meeting room audio, there have been concerns in the past about hearing. I'm not sure. Everyone has been wonderful about accessing and using their microphones. So if this is something that we need to take off the staff's responsibility to look into this more, we just need some direction in terms of which way to go with that.
Can I ask the people in the back row if they've been able to hear us today?
So it sounds to me like if we speak into the microphones like we're supposed to, we don't need new equipment.
I moved mine to the side, so it's not way up there, because I'm horrible at this.
Anybody opposed to putting this to
I'm
rest?
the worst offender.
Not a bit.
Not a bit.
All right then.
Take that up your to-do list.
I have no problem hearing Gwen.
We do need the two turntables though.
Not
Let's go on to 9B, please.
All right, well, you've heard my previous comments, so this is why this is being brought before you in terms of the cybersecurity related issues. So we'll start with number one, which is the VLAN, and Deanna, can you speak to
Yes.
this?
Basically, what we want to do is our network is what we consider a very flat network. There's no segregation between anything, and I want to put in those different segments to help protect us. Like I want to have the servers in one segregated area separate from the workstations, you know. Let's just suppose something happens and one of our workstation gets, you know, infected with something, it can't spread to the rest of the network as well if we separate it all out, so.
This is something that's been recommended also by Safety Net.
Yes.
Commissioner Russ.
There's no other company out there. That's why we're moving the bid process or the
I'm sure there are companies out there, but Safety Net is very familiar with our network.
So it just makes more sense.
Yeah.
Just remind
It would
us
take
of that.
somebody else a whole lot longer
Okay.
to try to figure out what it is we need to do.
So it's really just a continuation of
Yes.
our in place.
Yes.
Relationship with, and we're contracting with Safety Net.
I just wonder when we say we are approving the waiving our policy bid, I just wonder if there's better wording of that, because we're basically in a relationship with the safety net, right?
Yes, we have contracts with them.
So are we really, I guess the thought is that we're just approving another aspect
project.
of this, another project. So continue. Yeah, I just, because we keep coming up with that question, and I just wonder, to differentiate this between really when we are waiving up the bid policy.
Commissioner Kramer.
Well, I would, first I want to recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and approve the quote from Safety Net for the VLAN project in an amount not to exceed $6,450 with funds to come from the Data Processing Fund number 636.
Support.
And can I also suggest maybe a change of language, like a continue of a relationship? I think that's a good point that Kama made in when we already have these specified, where it makes sense to continue that relationship with these vendors, that we have some language in here that.
This isn't a product that we're purchasing, I think. It's
Services.
recommended by Safety Net, but we really are waiving our bid policy on this because we're taking their recommendation and doing it, but there are other options other than this if we wanted to do it.
Could you put both in then? That it is suggested because of, I don't know, something to indicate that, I guess.
Suggested because of the existing relationship we already have.
Yes.
Or
How about that?
contractual agreement.
Yes.
But we don't have a contractual agreement to buy this. We have a contractual agreement to do the services already agreed to with this vendor, not to do this. So we are waiving the bid requirement, and I think it's okay to do that. We just have to be knowledgeable, willing to accept and explain why we did it. When I look at these things, like this makes sense, it doesn't make sense. So then, the question I ask is, when is the last time we reviewed Safety Net's performance and had a competitive bid in general? I mean, that's really a bigger question. I don't have a problem with waiving the bid language for this, because that is exactly what we're doing. We're not obliged to do any of this unless we do it right now. But I am, there's ones up, when the last time we reviewed like that overall.
Their current contract, I believe, started in 2021 and it's through 2027.
Okay, so it'll come up again, or if we had problems, you say, this stuff ain't working out, we'll bring it and say, hey, we'll look at that, but we get a chance to review it again on the general. And this is one thing that doesn't make sense to change every day. I get that, and that's the horror of the implement, so I think we just have to be okay with saying it when it is justified.
Yes, thank you. A lot of these are some of the questions I was going to ask, so, but for this product, is this product available by another vendor?
Well, it's a service that they would perform for us.
Okay,
There are other vendors that could do that, yes.
could do this service, but you said that they're going to go in and they're going to put these blocks in. Right?
Well, they're gonna reconfigure our network to separate it out into segments,
Okay,
if that makes sense.
If I can help a little bit with it, the virtual network virtually means a separate mini network within our network that cannot cross the boundary. It's a software implementation, not a device. And it creates security, like between somebody just checking email, you have a finance department, you don't want someone to catch an email in there.
but that product or service is available, there are others who could do it within our network?
Oh,
Or,
I'm sure, yeah.
okay,
Other IT companies we could hire. Do the work.
to come in, even though Safety Net is our vendor.
They've assessed our systems to know that this is something that's needed.
Okay, well, the other point I'm making is a lot of these points are very well made, but we do have a bid process. And when we, as Commissioner Rexroth said, we're just constantly scooting away from our bid process. So if it could be done by another vendor, you say it would take them longer?
Well, sure, because we would have to allow them access to our network to come in and make an assessment to see what actually needs to be done.
But safety net's already done the assessment and they're telling you you need this.
Yes.
And then we have 2 vendors in our network.
Well,
I'm comfortable with
how
that.
do we know we really need this, or if they're the best to do it, or that's what the bid process was all about. Can they do it cheaper? Can they do it? Do they have, does another vendor have a better?
I have been championing the not waive the bid process all the time, but this one, I think, makes perfect sense. I mean, I can't imagine a nightmare of having 3 different companies administer that. It just doesn't work. And once you.
Once this is installed or once it's done, do they have to service it afterwards?
Yeah, there's ongoing.
It's ongoing, okay.
It's a security risk, Nancy,
This is why.
Oh, definitely. Like there's stuff that doesn't need to be accessible to these computer up here. You know, there's stuff we don't need access to or should never cross over it, you know, into us, so that if one of us hit the wrong email or whatever, even with the training, it shouldn't go into the whole system.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say. Motion approved 7-0. Thank you. And we have one more.
There's one more. Another cybersecurity enhancement. It's basically going to increase the encryption level of our firewall and the VPN connections to it from outside sources. And this is gonna, the time and research needed to make sure it all works together the way we want it to.
So Leanna, when we do when we have the federal government come in and make a assessment, you just finished this, right, with the sheriff's office?
The lien audits
So these
earlier this year.
were some of the recommendations that came out of that.
These were some of the questions that were asked. Do we have this level of encryption?
And we do.
We do not.
Mr. Kramer.
I recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and approve the quote from Safety Net for the FIPS compliance project in the amount not to exceed $5,160 with funds to come from the Data Processing Fund number 636.
Support. I'm sorry we need this, but we need to support it.
Any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Leonard.
I think that may have answered some of my earlier questions. So this isn't Safety Net coming to you and saying, here's all these, this is what you really need. We asked them to come up with this.
This particular one I asked them about because it came about during the lien audits that we had earlier. And I wanted to make sure we got it done.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And don't look for microphones, of course.
Okay.
Right.
It's your turn.
We now, do we need a 5-minute break? We probably have, yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Next year.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We are now on our agenda with Amber, and I'd like to introduce Amber by telling you about a phone call I received from John Hitchcock yesterday. John is one of our electrical inspectors, and he called me out of the blue. John lives in North Fork, and he said, you know, I wanted that job that Amber's got, but she can do it a whole lot better than I could have. And he went on and on and on about how much the staff, and the team there, appreciate you.
Thank you. I couldn't do what I do without the team that supports me, though. We're all integral to each other.
So you have a couple of items for us.
Yes, and I forget which one is first on the agenda.
Construction Board of Appeals membership expansion.
Okay, so I included in the packet what I refer to as a fact sheet, and I gave the same documentation out to the committee that both Ty and Doug sit on. So there's some information that lists the maximum number of members that can sit on that board, as well as the minimum number. Currently, we're at 5 members. I would like to see it that be expanded to 7. We are having more meetings than we do typically, and it is harder to work around everybody's schedule. It'd be great to add additional input, fresh thoughts to some of the issues that we see. The bottom item in that fact sheet is qualifications. So our board is unique. You have to have experience in the construction code industry, and people that are currently involved would be great. They're dealing with up and coming products just as we are, and can give a different insight than folks that are retired. Not that we don't want retired folks as well. Everybody's got a great mindset there. But folks that are connected to the building or anybody that sits in the government cannot sit on that board. So for example, Doug would not be able to sit on the board, even though he's got background, but he sits with you all, so he can't sit on my board too. So that's what we're looking for there.
Commissioner Unger.
So this is just in a way to make it easier to get a quorum and to expand your skill base.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Kramer.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the expansion of the Construction Board of Appeals from 5 members to 7 members.
Support.
Commissioner Lawler.
So if you're having trouble getting a quorum of 5, you think it's gonna be easier to get a quorum with 7?
That is the hope. Once I can put out to folks, I'm hoping to better advertise. There's a lot of misunderstanding as to what it means to sit on the board. People think that this is a huge time dedication. It's not. The board meets on an as needed basis, and we're notifying folks well in advance. A couple of our members have health issues, so it's hard for them to be there consistently, even though they've given that commitment as a citizen to sit on the board.
So, how are the rules for construction code for votes? Is it a simple majority of those present at the meeting?
I've been informed it's not. It's a majority of the whole. I have
It's a
to.
majority of the board elected serve.
Correct.
So you need at least 4 votes.
Correct. Yesterday, for example, we had a Board of Appeals meeting, 5-member board. 1 member was absent. 1 member had to abstain due to conflict of interest. All 3 of them then have to agree. If not, we have to do the meeting again or.
So, but you're having trouble getting a quorum and you barely got through with 5 because you needed 3. But if you have 7, you're going to need 4.
That works.
Pretty much in either case, they all gotta agree. I mean, that's-
Yeah.
Change, right?
Well, right, but now you have to get, you'll have to get 1 more person there to get your quorum, to be able to actually have action. So
But you'll have 2 more people.
if you're going to need
From
1
one of
more for
those.
action,
I know, but you'll have 2 more people that could potentially come.
clearly, if they come. So you're going to need 4, where now you only need 3. You're having a hard time getting 3 there.
I know the numbers are small, but I'm erring on the side of optimism that I'll have 2 additional bodies there, and with better advertising as to what this means, I'll be able to get folks that are actively involved in the industry.
I see what you're saying, and I hope that you're successful. You're thinking that you'll get a couple more people that are going to attend the meetings and that this won't be a problem for you. But how do the terms run for the 5 that you have now? Are they?
They're staggered, so I'll have someone that's terms ends this year, someone will end next year. But consistently, the same people have filled those slots.
Anybody else?
It just, it's like a small county that there's bound to be a conflict of interest all the time with the expertise we have on the board and the contractor, so it's best to have at least 7.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those.
Cost, I have a, what was it? Okay. Yeah, cost implication small.
Yeah, it would be the per diem. And again, since I've been here, we've met a total of 5 times. Last year was above normal, but we had a very difficult situation need to be heard.
Not everybody requests.
Yeah, I think I've had one person that since the board approved it, actually did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, all those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
Next.
Vehicles. So this is a hot button issue in my department. The guys were all super excited to get our Rangers and we're still waiting on information. When I spoke to the committee, I was under the impression I had documentation showing, hey, we were moving forward. Turns out that documentation was for the sheriff's office, so not us. Our vehicles are still in the order bank. There's no VIN number assigned to them. The dealer can give me absolutely no estimate as to when we would have them. So I have one particular vehicle that's a consistent Band-Aid situation. So I'm looking to see if I could lease one of the sheriff's vehicles for the time being, if not outright purchase it. And then when, we get our Rangers, it would either be returned to the county if we lease or given up for auction.
Commissioner Unger.
So Rangers are not my thing. Is that a truck?
Yes. Yes.
Do they need a truck?
Yes. The terrain we're running into requires that. As people
Or
come up
just
here,
all-wheel drive maybe?
what we have are escapes. They're too low to the ground. I need something with higher ground clearance. I have an inspector that was out on a job site today, needed to put it in 4-wheel drive to get off the site, and he was praying the whole time that it would still get him out of the site.
Not good.
No.
Because I'd love to see you get hybrids. Save some gas.
Mr. Kramer.
So the interest is to lease, right? That's your primary interest instead of purchasing.
Yeah, it seems like it would be the most cost effective for my department at this time,
Okay.
but I'm not opposed to outright purchasing the vehicle either if the board would prefer that.
Okay, I move to recommend that the Leelanau Board of County Commissioners approve the lease of one former sheriff's office vehicle at a cost of 10 cents a mile. Funds come from the account 542-000-000-970-000.
Can I just have a side note on that? It's be 940, which is rental versus purchase. I think it's just a typo in the yes.
Yep,
So
thank you.
940 in your motion, if that's okay.
Support.
Move to second. Yes, Melinda.
So, per policy, you're gonna pay 10 cents a mile. How often will we charge them?
Per my conversation with the finance department, it's monthly. I'll turn something in just as the sheriff's office does.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would prefer to just buy the vehicle and have it because we just don't know how long it's going to be, but leasing makes sense for you too. So how many miles do you estimate you'll put on it?
On average, the inspectors do anywhere between 120 and 150 a day. So
You roughly have to put 60,000 miles on to use up to 6,000.
That's fine for me. I just.
Which-
But
I'm fine with the current motion.
yeah, if you want to lease it, that's fine.
Motion on the floor, ready to vote? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
thank you all.
We're now down to item number 12, and that's in the page 176 of your code book. And I asked Doug if he'd let me speak to this, and I'll give him the gavel. I would like to suggest that, and we've all been here when our speakers have sat and sat and sat for a long time. And we never can predict how long public comment is. We welcome public comment, we like public comment. But out of respect for the people that have traveled to give presentations, I am proposing for us to vote that we would revise our board rules of order and put the agenda public comment after communications, proclamations, and presentations. That would be my motion.
I will support that.
Discussion.
I have to discussion.
When did you lose control?
It only took 4 seconds. Any discussion? Linda?
No, I just wanted to make sure where the agenda fell. So the agenda stays where it's at, communications, public comment. Okay.
Any other discussion?
I think this respects the fact that, yes, people travel and they have to get back to their associations or groups or committees or companies or whatever. So I agree that I support this.
Any further discussion?
Any plan on, I mean, you have a lot of people here, like Mr. Jargo, things like that. As far as saying, you know, maybe an estimated time, I'm just looking at it and saying he comes here at 9 o'clock and he gets on at 10:30. I just want, if there's any other way to just set up like an appointment.
We have tried to put some of those people toward the beginning of the agenda, but as you've learned, I'm a very poor judge of how long something's going to take.
So are we all.
Any other discussion? All right, let's vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Motion carries 7-0.
Wow, you're unanimous. Good job.
You know, I was in charge.
Thank you. We are now down to item 13, administration.
So we have several items under this section. The first one is the Leelanau County Environmental Health Department lower level build out. What's being passed around right now is the bid analysis that was provided for us. And I know, Tom, you want to come on up and Fred's on the with us virtually. And I think what I'll do is just turn it over to them to kind of go through this analysis.
Good afternoon. Fred?
Tom, hi. So let's see. Leelanau County Environmental Health Bid Analysis. We had 3 bids and they followed the protocol, so they were all accepted, got their bids in on time. And they are Eckler Building Solutions, RCI, and Green Construction Group, LLC. All of them met the bond requirements. Eckler came in at $378,400 for the renovation and said that they would take 90 days to execute it. They're charging 15% for their change orders, and then their breakdown is as follows. Mechanical is $91,450, electrical is $45,650, and general trades, which is the interior finishes and the carpentry, is $241,300. RCI came in at $356,275. They're taking 180 days to complete the construction. Their change orders are 15%, which is pretty standard. Their breakdown is the mechanical construction is $96,300, electrical $71,445, And the general trades are 188,530. Then Green Construction Group came in at 422,970. They need 150 days. They're charging 0% on their change orders, but they did include allowances and a contingency to cover just their perception of their bid. Their mechanical breakdown was $80,000. Their electrical was $50,000, and their general trades were $220,323. So my recommendation, which I think I'm being asked to make, is to go with RCI. They're the lowest bidder, though they take the longest. I do not think they'll take 180 days, though that will be what's in their contract. So I think they're giving themselves some wiggle room there. And that's about it. The other things I would say are just trying to sell my recommendation. So I think I'll just let the little spreadsheet speak for itself.
I just have a question for my personal position. A couple of those names are people that the firm I work with may have bid for. I'm unaware whether they did or didn't, and I'm not aware of any bid. So but if it was thought to be proven, I will recuse myself. And so I don't have knowledge of if that bid and I was involved with it. Can't say we didn't. I didn't know who these people were until I saw this, and I don't know every bid we make. There's several of them. So
I don't see it as an issue.
It's not full disclosure. So
I had a question about the electrical, and maybe Doug can answer this. There's a lot of difference between our RCI's electrical bid and that from Eckler. How can something be that far apart?
So, I mean, we just did the senior citizens project in Traverse City. Our bid was 910,000. There was 2 or 3 within 20,000 either way, and then there's a bid for 630. Those of us looking at it have no idea how that 630 bid can happen, but that sometimes happens. I don't have an explanation for that.
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Fred. What were the electrical numbers between RCI and?
We have them here.
Eckler was
Yeah.
45,650 and
Oh, thanks so
RCI
much.
was 71,445. In general trades, it then flipped. So Eckler was higher in the general trades and RCI was lower. So it's possible that some of the electrical was in an area that they chose to take out a general trade.
And maybe they general bought the light fixtures. I think it's not there, so
And to confirm, the health department will pay how much of this?
Mr. Johnson's here from the health department. Thank you, Eric, for coming.
So our board of health made a motion that we will pay half the cost of construction up to 300,000.
So half the cost or 300,000?
Half the cost of construction. So we are going in 50-50 on it, or that's the agreement that the Board of Health made, not to exceed $300,000 for half the cost. So if it was 600,000, we'd cover 300,000. So whatever half of whatever you decide to accept, if you do, is what the health department will cover.
I would also say that we did indicate at the last Board of Health meeting that this would be on our agenda. We really need to let the health department know at some point soon, because they have to find other alternatives if we don't.
Correct.
Yes.
So our action this month, I support this. This is a pretty unbelievable opportunity for us to finish our building. And we better do it while you guys still have the money.
That would be helpful.
And it will be a service to our citizens to have the environmental health department walking distance from construction codes and the conservation district, so that we have a one-stop shop for our citizens I think I do believe this is an opportunity. Do we don't have a motion today. Can we make a motion? Or what action do we?
We could move it forward and the administrator would be willing to then give us a more detailed formal proposal for next week after consultation with the health department. And get something in writing. We could do that. That's one option.
I would like to move it forward. We need a motion to move it forward. I would move that we move this issue forward to the public meeting.
That, I guess, question, I mean, then, and I don't, no questioning, but I assume at some point there'd be some written document from the Board of Health that commits them legally to that, not that I don't word it all, but I assume we would not move forward until we have such a document that says you have to.
So I have the motion and the vote and all of that, if that's what you're asking about.
And I think Doty would need to, or the board chair would need to communicate in writing. This is our deal. Right.
Yeah, I guess whatever is formalized enough to make sure that, again, no doubt that it's gonna happen, but it's a big amount of money, you don't wanna make a mistake on, so.
Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move this forward. Any other discussion?
And we'll know where the funds are coming from.
We'll get everything in writing for next week's meeting.
I just need to say, we have been talking about this for at least 2 years, and I'm very glad to see this progress. And I'm glad to see a more reasonable quote.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Melinda.
I'm not going to support the motion because I don't think this is the right time for us to be doing this. We just committed to paying the full amount of the boat. We're not even sure yet that we're going to be reimbursed. We have a cash flow problem right now. So I don't think this is the right time for us to move forward and commit another 180,000 to something that we're not mandated to do. As I said before, I'd like to see the health department find your own building, build your own building, be permanent in your own building, and not be split up from the rest of your health department. So that, or that's how I feel about
Good.
Can we have John here at the next meeting to address all of these funding needs, because we won't make a final decision till the next meeting, so it'd be good to have him here so we can understand our situation.
Anything else? Sir.
Costs and stuff like that in this, or we just get 300,000 or what?
There is a cost allocation plan that's been developed that would be an ongoing payment above and beyond just what the half the cost is.
All right, thanks.
So it's been moved and seconded that we move this forward to next week, at which time we'd have the treasurer here and a formal proposal. All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 6-1. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Anything more from?
No.
Thanks.
All set.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
You notice that you've been sitting here a long time, so thank you for that.
Of course.
You told me earlier, it was interesting. I want to.
Still is. Although I'm late.
Jeff, number B, item B.
So the next item is just an update. We heard from Representative Betsy Copia at the last meeting about House Bill 4012 and about the speed limits in the county. I had the opportunity to speak to our road commission and kind of get their insight on this bill. I will say that the road commissions in general have not been supportive of 4012 in terms of the responsibility and also the challenges that it creates for them in terms of managing and implementing some of the speed limit issues. But we had that opportunity to have a conversation, Brandon and I, and he has some ideas and some thoughts in terms of some specific areas in the county that could benefit from some other options. So I'll be meeting with Becky Onan from the tribe next week to talk about some input that they have for this. And then we'll be kind of compiling some information and getting back with Representative Cofia on some suggestions. So I just want to let you know that we are discussing the items and just kind of moving it forward.
Any questions for her?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
I was looking for some information on this more than, well, obviously nothing in here. The discussion was, the problems that brought to us were a state highway. You're right, the tribe could control, I believe they can control what goes through. No, state highway has overrules, okay, so this is all a state highway issue. So we can ask. Is that what you're saying? So they all have an answer for us on it? What else can we do?
The area that Paige cites and spoke specifically about is a very challenging area. The road commission acknowledges that because of the turns. It's not easy to implement a crossing walk or something like that. So more discussion will have to happen on that in terms of the possibility of addressing speed limit overall. It's not an easy issue, but I just want to let you know that we are continuing the dialogue. At this point, I don't have any formal recommendation or formal action other than just knowing that we're continuing dialogue.
I'd just like to add to that this House bill is in language is being changed. I mean, it's, you know, being worked on. And this is our opportunity to say that as they pass through our county, that we would like a little bit more input on what the limits
Right,
are.
that's all we
So
have, right?
That's all we're asking for at this point, is that Cophia and Demus have our back on this and know that we have concerns about safety on our road, their road that goes through our county, and that's all we're asking. To be at the table. Yeah. And that may happen through this House bill, or it may also happen through a byways committee that's being reformulated at the state level for all the communities where M22 specifically goes through. And we would like to see that reinstated, and we'd like to have several members from our community on that byways committee. So that's kind of what the push to me seems to be.
That's more information than I actually had, so maybe we'll talk more and
Yeah.
some more direction.
It definitely impacts me and the constituents in my two townships.
When?
If we do this, there are people on the state roads, like 669 and 660, I mean, all of those people are gonna.
Those are state
Those
roads.
are county
Those are
roads.
county roads. We have M204.
And they have said, what number is Verdictville? What number is Verdictville Road and Dunn's Farm and
675.
Is that was 675?
Because is that county road commission?
Yeah, all the 6 numbers are.
Only M204.
You'd have M
Well, M70.
109.
Yeah, she has M109.
Maybe half.
Because they've always told me that they had no control over that at the county level.
Well, our administrators can
Yep,
get
yep.
more information and come back to us. Thank you.
Is the sheriff's department involved in this at all?
They haven't been to this point. That doesn't mean that I could jump. So
And the road.
They have been in
That's what I mean, that's, you know,
road commission, I did reach out to. Talk to
I mean, there's just comes a point you can't stop stupid driving down the road.
No, but you can.
We require them all to drive Subarus since they don't go over 40 miles an hour.
Electric ones.
Next on our agenda is the Beta agreement, and we met with Matt in closed session, and he listened, and I think we've got a good proposal here. Our representatives to the Beta board, both Jamie and John, have approved this, and the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners has approved it. And Beta board is meeting this week to approve it, I think. And so we're nearing the end of having a Beta agreement. This gives a supermajority, so we will not be controlled by Grand Traverse County on issues of infrastructure or employees.
I'm gonna move to approve this. I don't like everything in it, but I think we've gotten the best deal we can get. So I think it's time to move forward. So I move to recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approval of the Bay Area Transportation Authority interlocal agreement between Grand Traverse County, Leelanau County, and Beta as presented and authorized the board chairman to sign the agreement as approved to form by the county's attorney.
Second.
Discussion. Yes.
I also, there's a few things in here I don't like. I feel the same way, but we're at the point.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you. We now have an amendment to the point broadband agreement.
So on page 208 in your packet is the EDS for this and the recommended motion and the justification in the following pages. This has been something that's been recommended. You can see the rationale. It has to do with encouraging point broadband to focus on those areas west of the county to be able to move forward with those areas that are not currently covered by service and to expedite the service getting it to Northport. And acknowledging some of the challenges that they've had regarding private roads and providing some flexibility in the schedule.
And Chris is, our consultant is recommending this. That's good.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve amendment number 2 to the fiber optic broadband network construction agreement pending final council review and approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you.
I would like to add that we still have District 6 and part of District 7 that we need to address by this board. And that will hopefully be coming. Hopefully we can have figures and information necessary to do so in the next couple months. We have people out there still, like in Northport, still with nothing.
Okay, item E.
You received an email from Clerk Crocker in regards to a request that she received from the Networks Northwest. And so that was forwarded to everyone. It's basically asking the board to appoint someone to the transportation group. And I'm open to the board appointing myself or any other individual on the board that would like to so serve.
We recommend that the County Board of Commissioners appoint our Administrator Deb Allen as the county's primary liaison to the Northern Region Active Transportation Plan.
Support.
Discussion, yes, Melinda.
Could we appoint an alternate in case Deb can't make it to the meeting?
That'd be a great idea.
Should it be someone who's from Elmwood or Bingham?
I mean, Elmwood and Beta. Makes sense. So. Yeah, you can't make it. I prefer you make it.
Would you like to amend your
I'll
motion?
amend my motion to include, let's see how I do that. So, the county's recommendation and to appoint the alternate Commissioner Kramer as the, I was just trying to say it right, Commissioner Kramer as an alternate should the Commissioner.
Support.
Yes. Melinda.
Thank you for that, and that's fine, but that kind of drives my point of why are we on it as a county since this is targeted to Elmwood Township? So Elmwood Township has Jeff Shaw and Bingham is involved, et cetera. So this is the county-wide, so I'm gonna trust you with this, but I want to see the entire county get something out of this, right? Not just Elmwood. Yeah, we're gonna end up with something from Elmwood Township. It's guaranteed, because as a guarantee townships, they even are recognizing. But for years and years and years, we've been working on trying to get that other channel out of Leelanau County and into Grand Traverse County, which is the blue guy to gray to South Airport Road or further south. And that's what has to happen. So I just don't want that forgotten. They're not gonna wanna discuss it, but that's what has to happen. We've gotta be able to funnel people out of Leelanau other than M22.
Well, yeah. Agreement, I mean, I
I
sit
mean,
at my
Gray
own.
Cedar Run to Harris to Nagowan Lake to Barney to, you know, Frankie, I mean, it's just, that, it just.
Oh, yeah, no, at 2:00 the other day, I spent, I don't know, 15-20 minutes going from Sherry Benbridge to Tom's West Bay. So I know exactly the pain that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you. You heard that. Next, we have boards and commission appointment. Oh, we got to vote, don't we? Yeah. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. I'm sorry about that.
Wish you well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Laurel, you're up next with
Was to say any name but myself.
boards and commission appointments. Laurel's here to remind us that it's about time to do that again.
We've only printed out one set. It's clearly states draft because I still have to review it. We've had an exceptionally busy year so far. So once I've had a chance to review that, I will update the one that I continually post online. However, our board policy on boards, commissions, committees, authorities, and appointments, number 1. In addition, during August of each year, the County Board of Commissioners will notify citizens of all openings on boards, commissions, committees, and authorities for terms commencing in January of the upcoming year, using some or all of the following methods. And I'm doing number B, which is, or letter B, notice of vacancies during county board meetings recorded in minutes. And this is just to let you know we're starting the process. For those who are new to the board, we typically work with anyone who's currently on a member who's currently on a board. If their term is expiring and they're eligible for a 3rd-year term, because it's third, then you sit out one and then you're eligible again. I'll let them know, are you still interested? If they are, I'll indicate that on this sheet. Typically, the last Friday in October is when any application, whether it's new or renewal, is due. There is a 4-year time limit on current applications. So somebody who submitted one 4 years ago, they'll have to resubmit one. A lot of times information changes. They may have moved out of the area. And then once I've accumulated everything by that deadline, we'll get it in motion where you will meet as a committee of the whole to review recommendations that may or may not come from the respective board. And then it's either late October, late November, or sometime before the December meeting cycle, you'll set a committee of the whole meeting to review the list.
So I just want to mention, so we'll see some additions on the list beyond what's on this one here, because we have new committee, we have a new defined committee for solid waste. And we probably also see the transportation committee together. So there'll be a variety of additions to this list as well as what's already there.
And we should all reach out to our townships and neighbors and invite them to show interest and get involved. Good, thank you. We're now down, Melinda, you're missing this, review of financials. Review of financials.
There's an account, I think it was read on page 1, I have a question of, whether it was, okay, under advanced correctional. Why, what is the pool reconciliation over charges? And then you go into the onsite. Right after. Then on page 1, the advanced correctional.
July, May.
So yeah, it's for June.
691, 21 cents.
Well, that's the August. What was the one right above?
Probably, are you thinking of the pool reconciliation overages for May? So we get this, it's a July
Yeah, for me,
bill.
yep, you're right.
And so it's a flashback to a previous month. And quite honestly, I can't answer that question. Could I ask Jen to respond? The pool, the advanced correctional health care pool reconciliation overcharges when they rebill us from a previous. Because we have the contract on-site medical services, it's $36.51 a month. And then
Then the on-site.
Then pool reconciliation overages.
And it's an expense.
So it says it's an expense, but overages, that would have implied to me that we overpaid, but it's not the case.
So we'll have to double check with Lieutenant Roush, because it could be that there was more necessary medical services than what we actually contract for.
In May.
That's what I'm wondering, so.
Okay.
And
we'll have-
this is a rather large one, because normally I'm seeing more like a couple $100 in a reconciliation charge. This is a big one. So I can ask specifically about this reconciliation bill and get more details and email everyone an answer, if that's okay.
And I was able to ask Mr. Jarbo this morning about the indigent. We saw those in here, William and Bridget. I think sometimes we see Kyle.
Trevis.
Yeah.
Trevis. Mhm.
This is a lot. I mean, it's a lot of.
Yeah, and it is contractual and it's grant funded with the MIDC Indigent Defense Fund. 260 is your fund. We typically will run a lot of those through a Friday check. So you don't always see them in claims, but they're in Friday in the post audit. You'll see a lot of them there
And
too.
they're billed back on their ability to pay. Those, like whoever they're representing.
Is that true, Jen?
Okay, all right. That's just like I said, there's a lot, there's a lot of them.
There does seem to be.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And thanks for the hard work you're doing this week to get ready for the Thursday budget.
Darn it, Hannah, I saw one for you too. Now I don't remember where it was. It was across the table. And I saw it in there.
You done, Melinda?
Yep.
Oh.
We now have couple reports by staff, commissioners, affiliated agencies.
I would just like to mention that I had a great meeting with Commissioner Lautner, and one of the suggestions was for me to come up with kind of a checklist of things at the end of the meeting. So I'm going to do a quick recap of all the action items that I am to follow up on. So if there's something missing, but so the task is to follow up with the dam authority regarding process for dam management. And the request is from Commissioner Ross of Rexford, as well as from myself, and hopefully we'll have something back by the next meeting by next Tuesday, but I'm not sure with the dam authority pausing on that, just how long it's gonna take until we have a meeting set. Then the next item is for miles for the senior services and the building safety per week was requested by Commissioner Alguier, so I should be able to have that information for the next meeting.
Actually, average daily.
Average daily.
And we heard construction codes say it was 120 to 150.
And then a question for have Chris, regarding enterprise, other counties' cost, historical basis / cost assessment. This was again in regards to the enterprise project, and we'll hopefully have that information back next week.
Yeah, overall satisfaction, yeah.
And I do have that listed by Commissioner Rexford. Then I have a request for it's an update for the credit card policy. And so that was by all the commissioners, so we'll have that at next Tuesday's meeting. Also for the treasurer to provide funding recommendation requested by the commissioners for the boat purchase. Again, intended to have that information from the treasurer at next week's meeting. Tasked to draft a proposal to bring before the board of commissioners. See, this is a problem. I'm trying to write my own notes. In September, it says research. I'll have to go back and look at the minutes on that, find out, but hopefully Jen's captured that. In regards to the NMCAA, to set September Board of Commissioners meeting on the 19th, or to set a meeting for the Board of Commissioners at the 19th at 6:30, with Trudy bringing information back for that. Then we have a published request of interest for the new committees appointments requested by Commissioner Alguier. That will be in September. And consider a revision of the waive bid policy if a contractual agreement is in place. It's just some language perhaps to consider for that. Review contractual agreement with Safety Net in terms of the timeline on that. The task for the administrator to bring forward a letter from the health department with documentation and a formal motion and funding source from the treasurer for next week's meeting. Then the 4012, more input on safety concerns and byways committee, and to work with Commissioner Ross on that, as well as get input from the sheriff's office. District 6 and 7 for broadband recommendations to consider options for how we can move forward, specifically addressing those areas. I don't have a specific date for that, but I'll have to talk to Chris about that. So task is representation countywide on the transportation issue in terms of the cut across for this task force. And then update board and commissioner appointments to be presented next month. And then reconciliation for bills for the pool of corrections finance to provide insight.
You can do all that when you're leaving town in the morning.
Yeah, you know what? We will find a way. I will delegate. Look out. Oh, there's nobody out there. Let me know.
Mr. Kramer.
Use myself, I have a meeting in 5 minutes.
You may.
Thank you.
The other affiliated agencies, the community mental health board has their monthly meeting in Leelanau next Thursday. It'll be at the community room downstairs at noon. You know what community mental health has gone through the last year and a half. You'd be welcome to attend if you wanted to. 12 noon downstairs in the community room. Those meetings usually last until about 3:30 or 4.
This week or next?
Next week.
Okay.
Any other? Yes, Gemma?
I'd just like to share that a group of Leland residents, township residents, led by Dawn and Chris Lund, Laura Payne and Randy Woods, organized a cleanup of the Leland River. They had 2 scuba divers, 6 snorkelers, several boats and kayaks, paddle boards. They took out truckloads of trash from the bottom of the Leland River on behalf of all of us that enjoy that pretty place that had, I don't know, we've ever had an unofficial cleanup. And then now it's gonna be a regular part of what they offer to our community. I'm just really proud to live in a community where people got up at 7 o'clock in the morning and worked really hard to make a difference in their community. So I thank them.
The airport's running well, 79,000 passengers in and out in June. I have a one-day retreat coming up. Actually, it was a 2-day strategic planning. Talk about busy. I mean, this is really, it's a lot. Kevin Klein will be here next month to give the full report, but wow, we've added space, bringing in bigger planes, bigger planes, less passengers. The horse shows is 60,000 people, they're bigger coming in. I mean, it's full. And Mr. Bonnick, thanks to Mr. Bonnick for being on chairing the finance committee. He does a lot of good work and really on top of it.
Anybody else? We are now down to public comment, Bill and others. Let's start with Barb Conley. Dr. Conley?
Hi, everybody. Barb Conley, Northport. And I just want to thank the Board of Commissioners for being proactive to seek out information to expand both attainable housing and economic development in our county. I think both are very necessary, and I urge you to move with all reasonable and possible speed to get programs in place so that we can proceed with that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill. Welcome. Bill brought this up earlier to support his remarks.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township, and here to talk about election machine fraud, which is all over the place, but people, the clerks, none of them can see it. It's a black box machine. So that's why. First thing, it's not on this handout. I wanted it to be front and center. I put it together too quickly and forgot it. But this, a week from tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday, a week from now, is Mike Lindell's 2-day, 12 hours a day event. You can go to lindellevent.com or frankspeech.com and find out about that. But on the first day, Wednesday, a week from tomorrow, he's going to have reports from all 50 states showing the success and showing the fraud in their states and the successes they've had. And on Thursday, he's going to reveal a plan that he says, and there's only eight or nine people that know about it, General Flynn being one of them. Both of them say, this is everyone's going to accept this as a substitute for the regular way of voting. This will be fair and verifiable. We don't have verifiable elections with black box machines. So the first point I've made beyond the Lindell thing is this is how cast vote records should look, straight line, just like showing it does. This is a perfect one where it's within the parameters. And that's the second. They're really small on there, but I just wanted to remind you of that. This is an example of the Mesa pattern where it's not a straight line. And that's from the early voting. And the first 25,000 of the votes were manipulated. And for, in this case, Biden. Sometimes it's going to be a Democrat, sometimes Republican. This is a bar graph showing the results. This is what the first one said. Trump just barely beat Biden. This is what the last 2/3 said. Trump blew away Biden. This is the point swing, a 10% swing in that vote because of the early voting, mail-in voting election results. This is showing the second half of it. This is the pattern it takes. And this is looking at 19 counties and all of them having the same pattern. They should be all straight lines, but they're not. And so that's the front sheet. The second sheet is looking at, or page 2, is looking at Kurt Hyde. He wrote an article in the New American, and will the 2010 US Census data be used fraudulently to register voters? Dr. Douglas Frank, it was 10 years later before he discovered it after the 2020 election. He came up with the same results. He didn't even know about this Hyde guy. The Hyde guy showed up at his conferences, had, hey, by the way, I wrote about this 10 years earlier, and now you're proving that it happened. So the first piece of the puzzle was the Help America Vote Act. It's on the bottom of page 2. The second piece of the puzzle for this fraud is the federal government's national mail voter registration form. And the third piece is the 2010 census. You can read through that. I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to go on to Dr. Frank on page 6. He just carried on with this high mission here. And that little chart, that's from one I've already shown you, but it's Michigan, 9 counties in Michigan, and including Charlevoix, Antrim, and Grand Traverse. And he estimated within a 0.997 average of what the results were. I'm just having to speed through this, but this was from Missoula County. And they estimated it the same way. He said, I can predict everything that's going on in Montana. There's 54 states or something, except for 3 of them. And he said, does anybody know why I can't predict those 3? And some kind of cowboy said that because they don't have electricity. And that was the truth. Those are the only 3 that didn't show fraud. Thank you. Please watch that show.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks, Bill. Any other comment? Yes, Kathy.
Kathy Hardisfeld, Assistant Finance Director for Leelanau County. In just looking forward, and I know when you get your packets and your EDSs and you read through them, that they are usually worded with information to help you make an informed decision as you move forward on policies and things. And I just wanted to talk about one sentence in the sheriff's proposal for the credit card, that when the finance department is unable to act in a timely manner due to their primary obligations, training opportunities have been missed due to the availability of training seats or lodging arrangements. I'm in charge of making all these arrangements for people if they have to use a credit card. So I'm unaware that any opportunities have been lost or seats not been reserved for trainees. So I take a bit of umbrage to this statement, and I certainly, if I have missed something, I would hope they would bring it to my attention. But I am very much about making these arrangements quickly for the departments so that they get what they want and follow our travel guidelines and get our sales tax exempt status implemented. So I just wanted to let you know that I don't believe I've dropped the ball on this. So as you make your decision, I just wanted you to have updated information. Thanks.
Anybody else? Mr. Mikowski.
Good afternoon. More on the Ellis document we gave you. Just read the first paragraph of that so that everybody can hear it. You would probably be skeptical if someone were to say that a huge portion of people in Michigan are on the verge of starvation and death due to the lack of income. United Way continues to say that a third or more of Michigan households do not earn enough to survive. The nonprofits network latest Alice report pins the number at 39% cannot survive. The extreme claims are not backed up by methods the report's authors use. Yet United Way and reporters continue to reiterate them. This report is garbage. So be wary of that Alice report. Another point I'd like to make is that if we want to solve the lakes levels problems, I have a simple solution. Just drain it all the way back to its natural level. And you'll eliminate all those problems and everybody will be happy. In fact, you're aware of the incident 120 years ago, 130 years ago, when the dam was first blocked up. And I think I had an interview with the person that blew it up in my lifetime, early on when I was young. But the person was never identified, right? Another thing is we seem to be obsessed with housing. We want to thwart the free market, and we, as government people, want to interfere as much as possible in the free market system so we can make it better, except every time we want to make it better, we make it worse. Perhaps if we left it alone and let the free market work and avoid the ability for developers to make obscene profits, we would be better off. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, any commissioner comments?
I'd just like to thank the finance department for the additional report they had with the budget year-to-date information. And thank you, Kathy. And I think as we discussed briefly, if you can enhance it to normalize it to normal spending patterns, that would be a great enhancement. That's a huge piece of information we haven't had in the past. Thank you.
It was something that needed to come back. It was done many years ago, quite consistently, so I was glad to get it back in the package. That was good.
Anybody else?
It's a question, how wide was the river
Oh, well, I mean,
in its natural state?
Cross it like you.
You could walk across it.
yeah, out in front of my place, it probably would have been, the lake would have been probably maybe 80 feet wide. You can tell where it used to be.
Any other commissioner comments? Well, I have three. I want to thank Commissioner Lautner for coming all the way to Northport on Saturday and having pancakes with the #1 Lions Club in the county.
Or your pancakes, though.
But it was a good event, wasn't
It
it?
was a good event. Well, it ended.
Record number, and I think you played music at it, Jim.
But I should.
Second, Deb, Ellen, and I have had several conversations in the last couple of weeks, and she has urged me to urge all of you to meet with her occasionally on one-on-one and get ready for a September sit-down with the administrator, with all of us, to talk about how things are going and what we like and suggestions and all of that. So please do that. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it. I know some of you already have. Look forward to opportunity to do that again.
My third comment, I respect Mr. Mikowski, but I have a very different take on the Alice report. And I have studied that a lot, and I looked at the research. I know what we're paying hourly workers in Leelanau County. I know the cost of housing in Leelanau County, and I know the cost of heating and transportation. And we do have nearly 40% of our people in poverty or struggling. And that's something we all must address. Can't solve that, but we must recognize it. But I do respect your efforts, Mr. Mikowski. Anybody else?
I have a question. So the budget dates went out. Are those approved by everybody? Everybody can make those?
Tentative, right?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be item on it, or is that Tuesday night?
Well, we were gonna have the budget discussion today, or hand out the budget books today, but the information that was sent out, there were 4 dates proposed to be held as tentative. So there was one, I think, yeah, there were
I only got 3.
three, I'm sorry, Laurel isn't here right now.
Yeah.
So I think there were 4. So if we missed one, I will make sure that we send out to everyone the list of the dates that have been proposed in addition to next, the board discussion next Tuesday. So we'll finalize those dates at next Tuesday's meeting for any future budget discussion dates. But I just wanted to at least, I'll make sure that we send out the same information that was sent to Commissioner Alguier, because she has a different system for her schedule, so we'll just send out the list to everyone. We'll do that right after the meeting.
We do have 4 o'clock though on the 15th, right? For that, no.
Yes.
All right. And we go from there. All right.
Any other commissioner comments? Yes, on that.
Yes, there was that wonderful event in Northport on Saturday, and then in Sunday was the Old Settlers Picnic, was in Old Settlers Park. I think attendance may have been light, but it was a great event. It was just a good event, a lot of really nice people there. Glenn Mateer won the Oldest Man Award, and this is Missouri, won the Oldest Woman, 101 next year, and he's the youngest married, newest married, and youngest baby, and youngest baby was one of Glenn Noonan's great grandchildren, and it was a great event. Of course, Fair Week this week, so get out to the fair and see all the animals. Yeah.
Thank you. We now have approval of financials. Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $390,896.15.
All those who support that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 7-6-0.
I would make a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of post audit, $2,175,235.99.
Support. All those who support that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn.